Okay, good morning to all. Thank you for joining us. My name is Sarah Lukili. I'm an economist researcher at the research department of Bank Al-Maghrib. It is today my pleasure to welcome you to this conference on small business development and growth that is jointly organized by Bank Al-Maghrib, the University of Lausanne, and the University of Southern California. So as we all know, micro, small, and medium enterprises make up the backbone of many economies around the world and are thus crucial for economic growth, employment creation, and drive innovation and competition in markets. So their resilience, survival, and performance are not only crucial for a healthy recovery, but also for creating a much-needed long-term inclusive growth dynamic. So with a focus on issues that are of importance to emerging and developing economies, our program offers intense discussions, which include, first, a keynote lecture by Professor Imran Rasool, 4 research sessions, as well as a panel on policy options for small businesses by our distinguished speakers. We hope you'll find this program insightful. So please note that simultaneous translation will be available throughout the duration of the workshop. To begin, I would like to first invite you to listen to opening remarks by our Director General of Bank Al-Maghrib, Mr. Bouaza Abdelrahim. Thank you so much.
Bonjour tout le monde, honorables invités, éminents chercheurs et professeurs, chers collègues. Permettez-moi tout d'abord de vous souhaiter la bienvenue à cette conférence sous le thème « Petite entreprise, développement et croissance ». Je voudrais remercier les participants à cette conférence qui ont fait le déplacement pour partager avec nous leurs réflexions et le fruit de leurs recherches. Se retrouvent parmi nous aujourd'hui des chercheurs universitaires de plusieurs pays et du Maroc, ainsi que des représentants d'institutions nationales et internationales. Je voudrais également exprimer mes vifs remerciements à nos éminents conférenciers et panélistes d'avoir accepté de participer à cette rencontre. Je tiens à remercier tout particulièrement le professeur Imran Rasool qui va nous parler des frictions sur le marché du travail dans les pays en développement. La conférence qui nous réunit aujourd'hui est le résultat d'une collaboration fructueuse avec l'Université de Lausanne et l'Université de Californie du Sud. Elle s'inscrit dans le cadre d'une convention de recherche conclue en 2021 entre Bank Al-Maghrib, l'Université de Lausanne et la Société nationale de garantie et de financement de l'entreprise. C'est une entreprise nationale spécialisée dans l'octroi de garanties publiques pour faciliter l'accès au financement bancaire. Cette coopération tripartite a pour objet de réaliser des travaux de recherche sur les conséquences des contraintes de liquidité et l'impact des dispositifs de garantie sur la performance des entreprises au Maroc. Je tiens à remercier à cette occasion Mme Kenza Benhima qui a initié ce projet et dont les premiers résultats seront présentés au cours de cette rencontre, ainsi que les professeurs Romain Rancière et Vittorio Bassi qui ont co-organisé avec nous cette conférence. Le thème choisi pour cette conférence, comme vous le savez, est d'une grande actualité. En effet, au plan mondial, la crise de la Covid a eu des impacts très lourds sur les entreprises et en particulier sur les petites entreprises. Aussi, malgré les mesures budgétaires et monétaires exceptionnelles de soutien qui ont été mises en œuvre suite à cette crise, nombreuses sont les entreprises qui n'ont pas survécu à la récession économique. Avec le rebond économique 2021, on croyait que l'économie mondiale allait renouer avec une croissance soutenue, mais la survenance de la guerre en Ukraine a plongé le monde dans une nouvelle crise économique. Aussi, les entreprises qui étaient résilientes face au choc de la Covid-19 sont aujourd'hui confrontés à un contexte macroéconomique marqué par des incertitudes très, très élevées. Ces crises ont levé le voile sur certaines fragilités des systèmes productifs et nous ont rappelé la vulnérabilité des petites entreprises face au choc. Ainsi, ces petites entreprises sont confrontées, en particulier dans les économies en développement et émergentes, à plusieurs enjeux liés notamment à l'accès au financement bancaire, la prépondérance du secteur de l'informel, la corruption, la lourdeur des procédures administratives et la qualité du capital humain. Or, le développement des petites entreprises constitue un enjeu majeur pour la croissance et l'emploi, aussi bien dans les économies en développement que dans les économies avancées. Et pour réaliser l'importance que cela représente, je rappelle que les statistiques disponibles montrent que les PME sont à l'origine de plus de 50% ou à l'origine de plus de 50% des emplois dans le monde. Le Maroc ne fait pas figure d'exception. Selon les statistiques de l'Observatoire marocain de la toute petite et moyenne entreprise, le système productif formel est constitué de plus de 98% de petites entreprises qui occupent plus de 56% des emplois. De même, les diagnostics établis par le passé révèlent que les petites entreprises sont confrontées au Maroc globalement aux mêmes enjeux et contraintes que je viens d'évoquer. Parmi ces enjeux, je voudrais souligner que celui de l'économie informelle, qui représente au Maroc 30% du PIB, selon les études réalisées par notre département recherche. Ce pan de l'économie pour lequel, malheureusement, nous ne disposons pas d'assez de données, a probablement le plus souffert des impacts de la récession économique de 2020, à l'instar de ce qui a été observé dans d'autres pays. Pour ce qui est de l'économie formelle, les données officielles montrent que plus de 40 000 entreprises, majoritairement des micro-entreprises qui étaient actives en 2019, avant la pandémie, et qui occupaient plus de 200 000 employés, n'ont pas renouvelé leur déclaration auprès de l'Organisme national de la sécurité sociale après la survenance de cette crise. Au-delà de ce constat, les mesures de soutien budgétaire et monétaire des autorités marocaines ont atténué les impacts de la crise sur les entreprises qui ont pu bénéficier de conditions favorables pour leur financement. Ce stimulus budgétaire et monétaire ainsi que le financement bancaire ont été assurés de manière coordonnée et ciblée en s'appuyant sur un système de garantie nationale je dirais, solide et mature, ainsi que sur la disponibilité d'informations financières sur les entreprises établies par l'Observatoire de la TPME et sur le Credit Bureau qui centralise des informations sur la qualité des emprunteurs. La crise économique était aussi l'occasion pour les pouvoirs publics au Maroc d'en tirer les leçons en vue de mettre en place des programmes de financement pour soutenir les porteurs de projets et de généralisation du système de protection sociale, incluant en particulier les auto-entrepreneurs et les travailleurs non salariés, et ce dans l'objectif de réduire la taille de l'économie informelle. Maintenant, je voudrais en venir à la recherche économique et financière. Et comme vous le savez, les banques centrales accordent une place très importante à la recherche en lien avec leur mission fondamentale, à savoir la politique monétaire et la préservation de la stabilité financière. Elles portent également un intérêt particulier aux interactions avec les milieux académiques et aux réflexions menées par les chercheurs. Ces interactions se renforcent davantage compte tenu des mutations profondes que connaît le monde en lien avec les récentes crises et leur impact sur la stabilité macroéconomique et en lien aussi avec les nouveaux paradigmes liés au changement climatique et à la numérisation en cours dans plusieurs pans de l'économie et que ces crises ont accentué. Ainsi, si la crise de la Covid-19 et la crise économiques résultant de la guerre en Ukraine sont des expériences challengeantes pour les banques centrales. Elles sont en même temps très intéressantes pour les chercheurs et le monde académique. Grâce aux nouvelles technologies, nous disposons aujourd'hui de données plus importantes que par le passé et dont l'analyse devrait permettre, dans la phase post-crise, de tirer les enseignements. Les enseignements notamment quant à l'efficacité des mesures de soutien public aux entreprises. Sur un autre registre, le changement climatique implique plusieurs défis pour les entreprises, mais aussi pour les banques centrales. Pour ces dernières, elle fait partie de leurs priorités stratégiques à moyen et long terme, compte tenu des risques importants qu'ils font peser sur l'économie et sur le secteur financier. Les banques centrales cherchent ainsi à mieux comprendre les enjeux économiques et financiers liés au changement climatique, aux effets du changement climatique, et d'examiner comment les intégrer dans leur activité pour préserver la stabilité macro-financière. Ainsi, les réflexions au sein des banques centrales se focalisent aujourd'hui sur la gestion des risques liés au climat et le soutien d'une transition ordonnée vers une économie verte. Parmi les autres priorités des banques centrales, il y a la question de la digitalisation, qui est en train de transformer l'économie et de remodeler les services financiers et de paiement. Si le numérique offre des opportunités qu'il faut bien saisir, il expose les agents économiques à des risques qui doivent être surveillés et maîtrisés pour assurer la stabilité économique et financière. Les banques centrales, bien sûr, favorisent l'innovation, mais leur rôle, c'est aussi de protéger l'écosystème financier et les systèmes de paiement de ces risques. Le développement des cryptoactifs illustre bien l'accélération de ces transformations auxquelles les banques centrales accordent de plus en plus une attention particulière. C'est ainsi qu'elles s'activent à étudier leur potentiel et faisabilité, plutôt s'activent à activer le potentiel et la faisabilité de l'émission d'une monnaie numérique, tout en analysant les risques de cette monnaie sur la politique monétaire et la stabilité financière. Face à la complexité de ces défis, la communauté des chercheurs peut apporter rigueur et objectivité aux réflexions, ouvrir de nouveaux champs d'investigation pour inspirer les analyses des décideurs et questionner les politiques publiques mises en place. Dans cette perspective, c'est beaucoup de travail qui attend donc les chercheurs. Et c'est ce qu'on observe au niveau de notre département de recherche, dont les activités se sont développées au cours des dernières années. Après avoir apporté sa contribution aux premières études visant à appréhender les impacts de la crise pandémique sur l'économie nationale, il a élargi son programme de recherche pour inclure les thèmes que je viens d'aborder, à savoir le climat, le digital et la monnaie numérique des banques centrales. Cette conférence est une occasion exceptionnelle pour écouter avec beaucoup d'intérêt les interventions des chercheurs et des experts qui vont sans aucun doute enrichir les réflexions sur les contraintes auxquelles font face les petites entreprises et les politiques à même de favoriser leur croissance et leur développement. Il ne me reste qu'à vous souhaiter des échanges fructueux et des débats passionnants, ainsi qu'un agréable séjour au Maroc. Merci pour votre attention.
Thank you, Mr. Director General. I'd like to invite Ms. Kanza Benhima to say a few words.
So, all I wanted to say is that I'm also speaking on behalf of my co-organizers, that we are very happy to welcome you all here. Some of you come from very far, so we are very grateful about this. So this conference and the program is actually exactly how we envision it. It is diverse in terms of methods, so we have contributions in both micro and macro theory and empirics, and also in terms of background, so we have people and actors coming from the policy world and academia. So we believe that interactions between policymakers and researchers is crucial for the advancement of policy-relevant research. So we hope that the discussions will be fruitful and that perhaps it will generate new collaborations. Something we are particularly proud of is that this conference, which is tackling issues that are of first-order importance to emerging and developing economies, is taking place in Morocco on the African continent. And for this, we are very grateful to Bank Al-Maghrib for their collaboration. So that said, I wish you a great conference, and I'm looking forward to the presentations.
Thank you, Ms. Benhima. Okay, so to begin our keynote lecture session, I'd like to invite Professor Vittorio Bassi to chair this session. Thank you.
Hi everyone. It is a pleasure to introduce Professor Imran Rasool, our keynote speaker today. Imran Rasool is Professor of Economics at University College London. He's also the Director of the ECRC Center for the Microeconomic Analysis of Public Policy at the Institute for Fiscal Studies and co-director of the Stone Center on Wealth Concentration, Inequality and the Economy at UCL Economics. His research interests include labor, development, and public economics. He is currently the managing editor of the Journal of the European Economic Association and has been a co-editor of the Review of Economic Studies. In 2007, he was awarded the IZA Young Economist Prize, and in 2019, he was jointly awarded the Iro Jansson Award in Economics, joint with Oriana Bandiera, that is given to a European economist not older than 45 years old, who has made a special contribution in theoretical and applied research significant to economics in Europe. He was elected as a fellow of the British Academy in 2019, as a fellow of the Econometric Society in 2020, and appointed as an officer of the Order of the British Empire for Services to Social Sciences in the 2020 Queen's Birthday Honours. So please join me in welcoming Professor Imran Rasool. He will talk about, in his keynote lecture, about understanding labor market frictions in developing countries. Thank you.
Thanks, Vittorio, for the introduction, and thank you to all the co-organisers for inviting me here today. It's a pleasure to be able to take part in the event today. I'm really looking forward to seeing all the presentations. I think, as was mentioned before, it's a wide range of different approaches, and I think that's exactly what we need to understand some of the key issues in development. So the keynote lecture I'm going to give is based on, close to a decade's worth of work with a large number of co-authors, including Vittorio and many other individuals who are named at the bottom there. And what I'm going to try to describe is sort of a long-term, relatively large-scale research project we've been involved in to really understand some of the key frictions in labour markets in lower-income contexts. How do I move to the next slide? Is there a clicker? Or maybe it's this one.
It was here.
Oh, okay, perfect. I can use this. Okay, fine. So let me start with some motivation and just to talk about some aggregate numbers. So across the continent of Africa, there's over 400 million young individuals today. About a third of them are characterized as being unemployed, according to some definitions, and a further third are underemployed in the sense that they would like to work more hours than they can currently find available. And so that seems to suggest that there may be some important inefficiencies in how labor is being allocated, and labor is the key resource that every human has available to them. And so that potential inefficient allocation of labor has first-order consequences not just for individual welfare, but also aggregates up into having implications for the process of economic development as a whole. So it's well known, and in just about every country in the world, it's always the case that youth unemployment rates are higher than adult unemployment rates. So understanding these types of inefficiencies is something that economists have been devoting decades of research to. And so there are various frictions that tend to be emphasized in labor markets that can create barriers of two forms. To reduce productive efficiency, so you might think that's on the extensive margin of people finding work in the first place, and then allocative inefficiencies that might relate to the optimal match between workers and firms in the labor market. So I'll sort of hopefully try to get through both of those elements. So the various types of labour market frictions that have been described in the literature, and our research project looks at a subset of these, are of the following type. There may be skills mismatch in the sense that when young people enter the labour market, they have skills that are different than what is actually demanded by firms in those economies. And that's part of a general body of literature in economics trying to understand the race between education and technology and how they may endogenously respond to each other. A second important class of friction are those arising from credit constraints, where on the firm side, firms may lack resources in order to train workers when young workers are just entering the labour market. And on the worker side, workers may lack resources in order to be able to invest in their own human capital post-labour market entry. And the third class of key friction are those related to information, where firms may lack information that allows them to screen workers or to identify the skills that workers have. And so the role of certification is going to be seen to be first order in this project. The fact that workers can signal the skills that they have is going to have first order impacts on the labour market outcomes of workers and the types of firms that they end up matching to. But the other type of information friction that I'll come to is that workers may suffer types of various sort of behavioral biases, or they may misattribute various signals they receive in the labour market, and that may skew their process of job search that again has longer term implications for the matching between workers and firms in lower income contexts. So I'm going to try to describe a few sort of key learnings that we've derived from this 10-year study project that's been taking place in Uganda. So the whole project was designed as a two-sided labour market experiment to try to understand the nature of and the existence of some of these frictions. It's a two-sided experiment in the sense that it's tracking a group of workers and firms in a low-income labour market. The workers that we've been tracking for close to a decade now are individuals who at the start of our sample in 2012 were young entrants into the labour market. They're typically of age around about 16 to 20, equal split between men and women. The firms that we've been tracking over a corresponding period are small and medium-sized enterprises with between 1 and 3 employees plus a firm owner who operate in one of 8 different sectors in Uganda. Those cover both manufacturing and service sectors, but these SMEs operate in sectors that are often considered to be close to the engines of growth for many low-income countries. About 1 in 4 young people who are employed in the Ugandan economy are employed in one of these 8 sectors. So we think of these as being important sectors offering good productive jobs, and that's why we wanted to focus especially on the behaviour of firms in those sectors. Our study context is Uganda, and Uganda, by some definitions, is the youngest country on the planet. The majority of the population is aged below 25, that may actually be below age 23, and young people represent about 60% of all unemployed individuals in Uganda, something that's very common sort of in parts of sub-Saharan Africa. And so, as in Morocco, questions of youth unemployment and youth underemployment are very much at the top of the policy agenda. And so, as a result of these types of frictions that I've been describing on the previous slide, when young people enter the labour market in Uganda, they're very much reliant on casual employment to begin with, where they're normally employed in temporary jobs that require low skills, have low returns, offer very few sort of labour market prospects going forward, and they only make a very slow transition up into more regular formal employment. So one of the key outcomes we'll be trying to understand, and we can do so over the course of a 10-year project, is to really understand the dynamics of labour market outcomes. And those types of casual employment are something that, you know, is a growing concern with sort of in OECD countries with the growth of the gig economy. Many characteristics of those jobs seem to have a lot of overlap with types of casual employment that we often see youth in lower income countries also being exposed to. So the first project I want to talk about is a paper where we essentially have a randomized control trial, the aim of which is to measure the impacts on workers of the provision of 2 forms of training. One form of training that will be experimentally provided to these workers is vocational training that's provided to them through pre-established vocational training institutes that changes the skill set that workers have prior to their labour market entry. We're going to compare and contrast that form of human capital acquisition for workers to a supply-side intervention, which is essentially going to try to incentivize small and medium-sized enterprises to recruit and train observationally equivalent workers and essentially give them apprenticeships and train them on the job. So I'm going to compare those two forms of human capital acquisition, the sort of classic demand and supply-side training programs. The demand-side program we're going to refer to as the VT, Vocational Training Program. And the supply-side program, the types of skills that are going to be provided by firms when incentivized to do so, I'm going to refer to as FT, or firm-provided training. And these are very much at the top of sort of policymakers' agenda when we're thinking about how do we improve skills and productivity in the economy. We often have two routes by which to do it: either provide skills to workers before they enter the labour market, or rely on firms to provide the skills through apprenticeships, which is very common throughout sub-Saharan Africa. So to give some more details about the two sides of the experiment, we've been tracking 1,700 workers over the course of the experiment. This first paper is based on the first few waves of survey that were collected. I think this spans about 4 years in total. The interventions are targeted to a non-random subset of disadvantaged youth. These are individuals with particularly poor labour market histories pre-intervention. And many active labour market programs that we observe are typically targeted towards such sort of low-tail youth. They're not representative of all unemployed youth in Uganda. They have particularly poor labour market outcomes to begin with. And the firms that we'll be tracking, these small and medium-sized enterprises, is about 1,500 of them, and we track them from across 15 different urban labour markets in Uganda. The results are not sensitive to just thinking about whether they're purely driven by Kampala or not. The results are fairly homogeneous across different urban labour markets in Uganda. And these firms are typically of size 3 employees with a firm owner. So they're very much sort of in the heart of the firm size distribution that we observe in many lower income countries. And as I said, they scan both, they cover both manufacturing and service sector jobs. The types of sector that I'll be referring to are related to welding, motor mechanics, construction, plumbing, hairdressing, and catering, for example. To give you a sense of what our workers look like at baseline, these are some of their basic characteristics pre-intervention at baseline. This is amongst our control group. And you'll see that there's about 60% unemployment rates amongst our sample, which sort of matches with sort of aggregate household data that we have available for Uganda at pretty much the same time. For those individuals who are working, you'll see there's a reliance on casual employment rather than any form of wage employment or self-employment amongst youth at baseline. So again, that change in composition of employment is going to be sort of a key outcome that we'll be looking at, whether by the provision of skills training, either on the supply or the demand side, you can not just improve efficient outcomes in terms of the employment margin, you can actually accelerate workers' transition up the job ladder away from a reliance of casual employment towards more regular types of formal employment. And the last column just highlights the unconditional earnings that workers have pre-intervention. So on average, they earn about $5 a month. The average income, GDP per capita in Uganda at the time, is about $500 to $600 US. So these individuals are a long way down the income distribution, even within Uganda. The types of training intervention we're going to provide cost between $300 and $500 US. These are not the types of intervention that these individuals could themselves afford. So the relaxation of credit constraints is going to be one sort of key friction we're going to reduce in the experiment to try to understand whether and how that changes outcomes for workers and firms. Okay, so the experiment is designed in the following way. We start off with 1,700 workers. We randomly assign them either to attend vocational training, and I'll describe that in a little while, or they're randomized out of vocational training. This is going to be like an oversubscription design where we didn't have funding to train every worker that was eligible for the interventions to begin with. And amongst those who are randomly assigned not to receive the vocational training, we have a further subdivision of workers, one group of whom are presented to local firms, these SMEs that are operating in the same regions, and we incentivize those SMEs to take on and train these workers via a wage subsidy scheme. And I'll describe that in a little bit more detail on the next slides. And then there's a group of workers who neither are offered the vocational training nor are offered to firms in conjunction with a wage subsidy for them to receive on-the-job training, and that's going to be our control group. Okay, so let me describe the interventions in a little bit more detail. These are designed to be very scalable interventions, and let me highlight those aspects. So the vocational training that was provided is already, it comes from a pre-existing sector that exists in Uganda, where there are about 200 vocational training institutes that offer 6 months worth of training in various different sectors. We cream-skimmed and only worked with the 5 best vocational training institutes, and understanding the market for VTIs is something that I'm happy to talk about in the breaks or afterwards. But we selectively chose a few VTIs that have a very good reputation in providing training in the 8 sectors in which we were offering training and we were tracking SMEs in. This is 6 months worth of sector-specific training. The vast majority of it is practical training. And the cost per trainee is first order. It's $470. We covered all of those costs as the researchers. The only cost to the trainee themselves was the opportunity cost of having spent 6 months in the VTIs, and the opportunity cost is perhaps they're giving up labour market opportunities as a result of doing that. We'll try to measure what those labour market opportunities are. The opportunity cost tragically turns out to be close to 0 for these individuals. The firm-provided training was essentially us providing a subsidy to firms, and the subsidy would last 6 months, in order to hire an untrained worker. Okay, this untrained worker was somebody who was in the original pool that could have been assigned the vocational training, so they're observation equivalent to individuals who received the vocational training, but they were just randomized out of that and weren't actually offered that, but then got put into this separate pool where they were offered to firms, where firms could choose to take that worker on, train them for 6 months, and we would subsidize that training. The way the wage subsidy works is it was completely inflexible. We determined the allocation of how much of the wage subsidy went to the firm owner and how much of it went to the worker. The designated split is written there. We had some random checks and verification to ensure that was taking place. And we had various anchors for why we chose this particular split. The primary anchor was prior to the study, we ran some focus groups to understand how apprenticeships were normally being financed in these sectors, in these parts of Uganda. And so there we found amongst workers who reported to be an apprentice with a wage, their mean wage was about $39. And so that very much corresponded to how we split the wage subsidy, some to the owner to provide the training and some to the worker to compensate them for their on-the-job time. And so that meant the subsidy rate for our workers is relatively high. It's about 63%. That's somewhat higher relative to other studies that have tried to understand the impacts of wage subsidies. Now, the key distinction between the 2 forms of training come in the following types. When you graduate from a vocational training institute, you actually graduate with a piece of paper that specifies what you've been trained in and where you've been trained. That's an important form of certification. That piece of paper is something that you can then show to your current employer, future employees, as verification of the skills that you actually have. So that isn't the case with firm-provided training, where workers typically don't have a way to demonstrate that they have actually been trained verifiably by any particular firm. So certification is one key distinction between vocational training and firm-provided training. And there is evidence out there from Vittorio and others that there may be higher value to certification in various different labour markets, not just in lower income labour markets. The same has been shown to be the case in higher income labour markets as well. And so that changes the incentives for firms to train workers actually on the job because, as is well known, the incentives for firms to train workers partly depends on the existence of these labour market frictions. So if firms believe that workers can signal their skills to other firms, then it's more likely that workers will be mobile between firm to firm, and that reduces everything else equal, firms themselves to invest in workers, knowing that workers are going to use that firm as a potential stepping stone. So we'll try to look at that in terms of some of the dynamics that workers have in making job-to-job transitions, for example, and how that differs between firm-trained workers and vocationally trained workers. And so that's going to be the key distinction between the two. Okay, so just one point to make, that at the point of application and entry into the study, these workers are observationally equivalent. They're all drawn from the same pool. But there is a differential degree of selection of workers into the vocational training than into the firm-provided training. Okay? For the vocational training, the majority of workers who are offered vocational training end up taking it up. There's a little bit of slippage because people are unable necessarily to travel to the vocational training institutes. In fact, the number one reason why individuals don't take up the vocational training is because they have young children, and one thing the vocational training institute sector doesn't provide is childcare, for example. If we were to run the experiment again, I'm pretty sure we would try to bundle those kinds of childcare facilities to improve sort of take-up, especially amongst women. But take-up rates of about 65–70% of the vocational training offer. For the firm-provided training, take-up is lower, it's about 50%, and the reason for that is that it doesn't just require the firm, the worker to be willing for their details to be passed on to the firm, it also requires the firm to be willing to take the worker on, even with a wage subsidy. And in just about any model you write down, not every firm will find it optimal to want to take on that particular worker relative to searching for workers themselves. And those firms that are induced to take on a worker and recruit them through a wage subsidy are typically going to be negatively selected relative to the average firm that the workers were offered to originally. And that's something I'll come back to a little bit later. So there is going to be that additional degree of supply-side selection when we compare the firm training to the vocational training. And so that's sort of discussed and dealt with in the paper. And so throughout in the paper, we present both intent-to-treat effects of what is the impact of individuals on individuals who are originally assigned to each of these treatment arms, taking into account there may be non-compliance, differential non-compliance on those two groups, and average treatment effect estimates that may be also policy relevant, which is to say amongst those individuals who actually receive the vocational training or actually received the vocational training, what are the differences in their outcomes? And I'll show you the results for both of those, as well as showing you the cost-benefit analysis for both compliers as well as for all workers as a whole. So let me start getting through the results. So the first thing we're going to be interested in is when we provide these two forms of trainings to workers, are there actual differences in the measurable skills that workers have as a result of these two forms of human capital acquisition? So there's lots of different ways that we try to measure skills. In fact, we worked with a number of different VTIs who were not part of our study to try to come up with a skills test, which is like a practical test sector by sector, where we could score workers' skills in being able to practically implement various tasks and give them various grades, as well as just asking them about their own self-perceived skills. Okay, so this just shows you treatment effects relative to the control group. These are average treatment effects amongst those who receive the types of training, relative to the control group for the firm-trained individuals and for the vocationally trained individuals. And the columns just refer to different measures of human capital acquisition, including sort of the overall skills test that we ran later in the study. So if you just focus in on column 1, where we ask workers, in your first job, did you receive any on-the-job training? And reassuringly, those workers who were assigned the firm training are 57% more likely than the control group to say, yes, I received on-the-job training. That was exactly what the intervention was supposed to do. They do perceive themselves to have been trained as apprentices on the job. That isn't the case for vocational trainees. They're no more likely to be trained on the job relative to the control group. And that's in part because they have these certifiable skills and firms have less incentives to train them on the job, knowing that those workers are more mobile in the labour market. Columns 3 and 4 then just refer to the skills test that we actually implemented, which is sector specific, to really drill down and measure the skills that these workers had a few years after the interventions had begun. And we see that they're much more likely than the control group to say they have any types of skills that are relevant for their sector. And the two types of workers have comparable changes in their test score on these skill tests that we ran that go between 0 and 100. You see in the bottom row there, for the control group, their average score on the skills test was around about 30. If you just answered the questions on the skills test at random, you would receive about a score of 29 out of 100. So it's almost as if the control group just naturally over time don't acquire any skills that are really relevant for these particular sectors. That increases by a fair amount amongst those workers who receive the training. And the last column just shows you, again in line with some of our ex-ante predictions, vocationally trained workers are slightly more likely to report having skills that are transferable across firms within the same sector, whereas firms-trained workers tend to be less mobile or perceive themselves to be less mobile, potentially because they have more firm-specific skills. But on the whole, the thing I want to point out is, although there are small differences in the skills composition of these two groups of workers, on the whole, the measurable skills and the likelihood to have any skills is very similar between these two groups of worker. If there is a slight difference is in terms of the transferability of their skills, but both routes of human capital acquisition do cause individuals to have more skills in the economy, and that should help aggregate productivity as a result. When we look then later, up to 3-4 years later, in terms of their measured labour market outcomes, there's a few that I just want to highlight here. Again, we see that both firm-trained workers and vocationally-trained workers are significantly more likely to report any paid work on average up to 4 years later. If you look at the control group, about 44% of them report any paid work up to 4 years later. So their unemployment rates have fallen from about 60% down to about 55%. Unemployment rates fall much more for the vocationally trained and for the firm-trained worker. So there's big impacts on the extensive margin. Providing skills does make it much more likely these workers get into employment. And their earnings increase by about $11 or $10 per month. Remember, the outcome in the control group, the mean outcome is about 24, so that's about a 40% reduced form return to these types of training as measured over a 3-4 year horizon. And the last column is just a labour market index that pulls together lots of different labour market outcomes that we might be concerned about, just puts it into a 0 to 1 index, just to give you a sense of the magnitude of the impact. By construction, the outcome of that index in the control group is normalized to be 0. So these are huge effect sizes on a range of different labour market outcomes that you find for both forms of training that are sustained in the longer term. Both forms of training work when we evaluate them this way. So just we might then say, well, why don't workers themselves, given we're finding rates of return of about 40% over a 3-4 year horizon, why don't workers themselves invest in these forms of human capital? And so this comes down to the fundamental frictions that I mentioned right at the start, the types of frictions that we're resolving through these interventions. First and foremost is that credit constraints are likely to bind, and these are not the types of human capital investment that workers can themselves afford. Relaxing those credit constraints has huge benefits for them, and I'll come back to whether it has benefits for society in trying to calculate the internal rates of return in a few slides' time. So these types of credit constraints are not just binding on workers, they may also be binding on firms, because remember, the firm-provided training was essentially relaxing credit constraints on the firm side of the market. And those types of constraints may prevent firms from paying the upfront hiring or screening costs to attract youth into the labour market in the first place. But it's not as if these young people cannot be trained to increase their skills. They all have the potential to do so. It's just that there are constraints that prevent them to doing that relative to the control group. Okay, so far I've just shown you almost just averaging the long run impacts between 2 and 4 years. and saying if we were to take that perspective and say on average what are the differences between supply and demand side interventions to improve worker skills, there aren't huge differences between the two types of intervention. However, the advantage of tracking workers over a long period of time is that we can look in a little bit more detail at the dynamics of what's going on. And when we do so, we find actually quite a different sort of interpretation of the results. So I'm just going to show you the dynamic results, just graphically, of what happens quarter by quarter for outcomes for workers across these different treatment arms relative to the control group. Right, the outcome I'm going to focus in on is just the number of months that they work per quarter, and you'll find similar figures if you look at earnings or other outcomes in the labour market you might be interested in. So if you focus in on the left-hand figure that shows quarter by quarter the three different groups, the control group, the vocational trainees, the firm trainees, the dynamic results are very, very different than what the static sort of average results seem to show. In particular, what the dynamics really highlight is the following, that if we compare the vocational trainees to the control group, it takes them a little bit of time to start improving their labour market outcomes. But over time, when we compare the vocational trainees to the control group, there's a gradual divergence in their labour market outcomes that occurs over time. You can see that period by period in the far right figure when we just look at period by period, the impacts on this outcome of being a vocational trainee relative to the control group. What's really interesting is if you look at the firm-provided training, that group of workers, you see that in the very short run, almost by construction, they have a quick boost to their outcome because conditional on being provided that type of training, they immediately get into a job, start gaining labour market experience. But we see that over time, they gradually drift back towards the control group. That's picked up sort of in that middle figure. Indeed, towards the end of our sample, when we look at the labour market trajectories of firm-trained workers, they're actually very similar to control workers. And the reason for that is really picked up in the rest of the paper. It's down to the return to certification. What happens is that there's still lots of turnover for workers in any of these jobs. They don't remain in a job for a very long period of time. For a vocational trainee, if they were to lose their job and become unemployed, they always have this certificate that they can show to employers that allows them to get back onto the job ladder much more quickly than firm-trained workers. Okay, we're going to set out a structural model that then tries to estimate those transition rates, but we'll find that vocational trainees, because they have these certified skills, even in the bad state of the world when they become unemployed, it's much easier for them to get back into work. And because of their certified skills, it's easier for them to move from one firm to another firm. They make those job-to-job transitions more frequently. Why would you move job to job if the new job is better than the old job? And that's what's causing the divergence over time. For the firm-trained workers, although they do better initially because of the nature of the apprenticeship, eventually when that apprenticeship ends, which doesn't necessarily occur when the wage subsidy ends, but whenever that time within the firm ends and they end up unemployed, from any potential employer's point of view, they're observationally equivalent to somebody who's in the control group and never received that firm-provided training in the first place. And so what's causing the convergence between the firm trainees and the control group is that over time, more and more of the firm trainees are falling back into the pool of unemployment, where it's very hard for them to re-establish those credentials because they can't credibly prove they've had this labour market history. And so going forward, they're treated more and more like the control group, and that's why the impacts of the firm-provided training tend to dissipate over time. Okay, so the dynamic picture, when you take into account these transitions, is very different than the static picture. So to really look at that in a little bit more detail, we write down a structural model of job search, and so that just has the following form. The top equation is just the Bellman equation for workers who are unemployed. So when you're unemployed, the first term is just, I don't know if there's that first term is just the cost of searching in that period. And then in the next period, with some probability, a worker is going to transition from unemployment into employment. That's lambda 0. That lambda 0, that transition probability depends on how hard you're searching, the cost C, and it also depends on the training that you've been provided. And that training T may be that transition may be different if you're vocationally trained and can signal your skills to employers than if you're firm trained and you can't credibly say, I've had this great experience in the past, or it's more costly to signal that same information. And then if you make that transition lambda 0, you end up with a new value of a job. The wage offer distribution may be treatment specific, and with probability 1 minus lambda 0, you remain unemployed. If you're employed, then in the current period you earn a wage, you can search on the job, and we assume that's the same as the cost of searching off the job. And with some probability in the future, your current employer will go bankrupt, or the employment relationship will dissolve, so you have some dissolution probability delta. With probability lambda 1, a worker will transition from that job to another job. That's the job-to-job transition rate, which again might depend on how hard they're searching for new jobs and might depend on their ability to signal their skills to new potential employers. That's essentially the old poaching argument of Gary Becker that feeds back into firms having less incentives to train those workers because they're more likely to be poached. And then with one probability 1 minus delta minus lambda 1, you remain with the current employer. So we can estimate this structural model and estimate lambda 0, lambda 1, and delta, and we find results that are very much in line with the intuition that I gave just from the graphic before. So the columns just refer to the parameter, each of the groups, the control group, the firm-trained workers, the vocationally-trained workers, and the rows correspond to either different parameter estimates or implied changes in aggregate outcomes. So the key things I want you to notice are those rows lambda 0, lambda 1, those transition probabilities between unemployment into employment and between job-to-job transitions that workers are making over the course of our study. So if you look at the lambda 0 row, the key distinction between firm-trained workers and vocationally-trained workers is that if you're unemployed, you're much more likely to get back onto the job ladder if you're vocationally trained relative to if you're firm-trained. Indeed, for the firm-trained workers, that unemployment to job transition rate, lambda 0, in steady state, is no different than the control group, 0.019. That's exactly what the previous figure showed you. Once you enter the pool of unemployed, it's very hard for firm-trained workers to get out of that at a quicker rate than the control group, because the experiences they've had, they just can't communicate those credibly to employers. Everybody would pretend they've got similar labour market histories. It's just a pooling equilibrium, whereas the vocationally trained workers have a certified form of skills that they can use. And similarly, that's also driving more job-to-job mobility for vocationally trained workers relative to firm-trained workers. The only reason in this world in which to change jobs if the value of that job is higher, that's partly reflected by higher wages, and that's also causing a divergence. In steady state then, the two forms of treatment, the two forms of training have very different impacts on workers' unemployment rates once you take into account these different dynamics. Indeed, in steady state, we calculate from these parameter estimates, unemployment rates for vocationally trained workers would fall 23% relative to the control group. They would only fall 10% for the firm-trained workers. And that's because they spend much less time unemployed, but conditional on getting into work, the employment duration is actually the same. Why is that? Remember, it goes back to the very first result that I showed you, that the actual measurable skills of firm-trained workers and vocationally trained workers are the same. It's not that one group has less skills than another, although the firm-trained workers, their skills may be depreciating a little bit more over time as they spend more time unemployed. But once both types of workers get into a firm, they actually, the duration of that employment contract lasts the same, in line with their skills being the same. The problem is that one group of workers can't signal that they have those skills or not. And so in steady state, taking into account these transitions, these sort of dynamics, as well as outcomes conditional on employment, the actual earnings impacts for vocationally trained workers is about 55%. For firm-trained workers, it's about 31%. So they're both slightly higher than the reduced form estimates would suggest, because the reduced form estimates don't take into account that over time, the accumulation of advantage is growing for vocationally trained workers. It's falling for firm-trained workers. So these are big impacts in terms of worker outcomes, but the costs of the program are also very high. And so what I want to discuss next are just, does it make sense from a policy perspective to actually try to make these investments? What are the social rates of return on these types of programs? Big benefits, big costs, what are the net impacts then? Okay, so in terms of the internal rate of return, let's just do sort of the accounting to begin with. So for the cost of the vocational training program, that was relatively high. That was $470 per trainee. That was split between the amount that we paid the institute themselves as well as the out-of-pocket costs that we covered for the worker to get to the vocational training institute and cover their accommodation and travel, but not to cover any childcare costs. For the firm-provided training, we provided a subsidy of $500 for 6 months, so it comes in at slightly less per trainee. So this is not an experiment where we mechanically try to make sure the cost of the treatments were the same. That's not really sort of a realistic thing to try to attempt with these forms of training. So the steady-state earnings impacts are about 3 times larger for vocational training relative to firm training. The opportunity costs are somewhat similar. In both cases, workers spend about 6 months in a particular firm or VTI relative to what they could have been searching absent that. And so we use the control group to try to measure what are the types of job opportunities that workers are giving up as a result of attending a vocational training institute for 6 months or being in an apprenticeship for 6 months. And that turns out to be relatively low. There are very few opportunities that come to these workers, but we can still put a price on those opportunity costs. And so the internal rate of return calculations come out as follows. I just want you to focus in on columns 3 and 4, because that's really for those individuals that receive the training, what is the impact on, what is the social return to those individuals. So we make a few assumptions. We assume the social discount rate is 5%. We can show sensitivity to varying that. And we're going to assume that the remaining productive life of beneficiaries is 15 years. Again, you could decrease that, increase that, but that's the assumption that's made for the numbers I'm going to show you now. In panel A, I've just done a total breakdown of the costs of the program, not just the training costs, but the costs of our implementing partner actually running this program. It wasn't just literally the cost of training, as well as the foregone earnings, the opportunity costs that I referred to for workers for attending 6 months of this training. So we have the total costs, we have the benefits that we've calculated as well. And so the benefit to cost ratio for the compliers is well above 2, even above 3 in both of these cases. The benefits are orders of magnitude higher than the costs. If we actually calculate the internal rate of return, for the firm-provided training, the internal rate of return is about 25%, and for the vocational training, it's about 33%. It's hard to think of many other assets around the world that are going to generate such a rate of return. It clearly makes sense to try to invest in these types of programs, both types of programs. They both pay off within a few years for society as a whole. So trying to relax those types of upfront constraints that both firms face as well as workers face in being able to invest in these forms of human capital more than pay off for the social planner within the lifetime of any administration. 2 other points I wanted to highlight here. The first 2 columns take into account that there may be non-compliance. Okay, so one thing you may be concerned about is that these programs may be wasteful to some extent because although you have to pay the cost of providing those programs, not everybody might take them up. And so at the other extreme, if you do the internal rate of return calculation, taking into account non-compliance and assuming that the cost of the planner would be the same, not something in between the two, then the internal rate of return to firm-provided training is close to 0, whereas for vocational training, even despite the fact that there's not full compliance, there's about 2/3, 70% compliance, the internal rate of return is about 22%. The reason for that is that firm-provided training often doesn't get taken up because firms, when they have to, even if they're given a wage subsidy, don't want to hire these types of workers, and the main constraint to them is something else. And so amongst the sort of co-author team, we've kind of discussed where in between these 2 sets of internal rate of returns is the truth. it partly depends on what is the sunk cost to the social planner of providing this training, even in the case where it's not taken up. That might be zero, in which case, you know, we're close to the right-hand side. It may be everything in case we're close to columns 1 and 2. The other point I wanted to make was that these accounting costs are based on our work with an NGO called BRAC. BRAC is pre-established in Uganda. They're on many metrics the largest NGO in the world. The cost to BRAC of operating this program very much correspond to the marginal costs of them or extending their activities. Their main activities are related to microfinance and other types of activities in credit markets. This is a relatively new expansion for them to try to get into the labor market and work on firm training. But BRAC already have a well-established infrastructure in place. And so for them to expand their activities on the margin into a new program leads to relatively low overhead costs for them. And so you might think of this cost structure as not being relevant in another context where you're trying to set up these programs from scratch. So in order to get an estimate of what would the fixed cost or total cost per beneficiary have to be in order for the internal rate of return still to be positive, that's what's given on the very bottom row there. That's saying put aside BRAC's specific costs. If you were the social planner, you're trying to set this up from scratch, what would the total cost per beneficiary have to be in order for the program still to be socially worthwhile at that particular social discount rate? So if we look for vocational training, the per person cost setting up the program from scratch would have to be about $1,700 for the government to break even. The actual per person costs in Uganda with our particular sectors and our particular partner was about $500. So it'd have to be that in order to set up the program from scratch, it would cost 3 times as much. If it would cost more than that, then probably it's not a worthwhile investment. But as long as setting it up from scratch even costs less than 3 times as much, these types of programs would still be worth investing in. And that's true both for vocational training as well as trying to incentivize firms to provide firm-provided training through these apprenticeships. It's not just that we can afford to do it and get good cost-benefit analysis because we work with a sort of a pre-established NGO in this market. Even setup costs would have to be relatively high for you not to want to make these types of investments. Just again in terms of external validity and understanding the bigger picture here, this is a meta-analysis showing impacts on different outcomes, just focusing on panel A, which is just the impacts on employment. Each dot here corresponds to a different study that's been conducted in the literature. The colors refer to different types of intervention that have been tried in the literature. So all the red dots are related to job assistance or matching workers to firms. The blue dots are for provisions of training, and the green dots are for wage subsidies of the type that I've described. And so the estimates from our study are the top 2 estimates that are shown, which you can see relative to many other interventions tend to be quite successful. It's not that all other interventions previously have failed, but our estimates are at the relatively top end of impacts, both for vocational training as well as for wage subsidy programs. And I think there's at least 3 or 4 good reasons for that I think anybody should think about if they're trying to replicate this work, improve upon it, or implement it in terms of actual policy design. So I think there are 4 magic ingredients here, really, which I would just want to make sure that we go through. Why are our impacts so big? The first is that we had a very particular sectoral focus. We didn't just say to workers, we're going to give you $400 as a voucher, which you can then go to spend in some vocational training institute. Okay, we didn't relax credit constraints purely. We almost had like a conditional cash transfer program where we were offering to subsidize them, conditional on them going to vocational training institutes to get trained in one of these 8 pre-existing sectors. Why did we choose those 8 sectors? Because we think that's where the mass of good firms are, the mass of good jobs are, that are going to be sort of the key engines of growth for the Ugandan economy. Okay? If I had time, I would talk about the next study, which shows you lots of evidence that workers are misinformed about key characteristics of these labor markets. one of the key characteristics they're misinformed on is really about where these good jobs are, which are the most productivity, the highest paying sectors. Okay, so by having sort of a limited design, we reduced that mismatch. We focused on particular sectors that have particularly high rates of return. The second element is that we have a particular set of workers entering our sample. So, some of our results are just more precise than other studies. That's because we have lower attrition. That's easy to replicate for other researchers. We surveyed our workers quite frequently. That helped reduce attrition. The more substantive point is how we selected workers into our evaluation sample. Remember that very first figure I showed you. You were eligible for the sample if you were willing to apply for vocational training, and workers knew it would be for 6 months. Okay, so who's the type of individual that's willing to subject themselves to that kind of treatment? It's not the average young person. It's an individual who's essentially willing to backload any benefits to them, because what they're going to lose is, in the short term, they're going to lose any labour market opportunities, and they're essentially tying themselves in for 6 months to commit to 6 months' worth of training. The gains to them is only going to be realised sometime in the future. Okay, for want of a better word, we may have particularly patient individuals who are induced into these types of evaluations if you provide them backdated benefits. I can't prove this, but my prior is that had we incentivized workers into our sample, say through the wage subsidy offer, where workers receive benefits immediately up front, we would have had a very different composition of workers and unobservables into our sample, and the impacts would have been quite different. In some of our later work, we try to look at that in a little bit more detail in terms of some of these behavioral psychological traits of workers, how they're interacting with the provision of skills, and those things tend to be first order. I mentioned right in my motivation that there's lots of misattribution, lots of misperceptions amongst workers, and those do tend to drive interactions with how workers respond to training interventions. And I think that's another key element here. We happened by chance to design it in a way where we got workers who are willing to take a risk up front for some uncertain gains in the future. If there were a way to screen those workers, those may be ones who have particularly high returns to vocational training. The third key element is the treatments were intensive. These are 6 months worth of sector-specific training. These workers are going into these colleges, 6 days a week. For 3/4 of the time, they're learning practical skills. A quarter is theoretical. So this is not like a light touch intervention. That's why it costs so much to begin with. So this is the opposite extreme as from a nudge. Okay, and that's why it leads to measurable changes in their long-term outcomes. And so it's hard to do these things on the cheap, but that's why I've put a lot of emphasis in showing that the internal rate of return is also high. The benefits are sufficiently high to overcome these high fixed costs of providing these types of interventions. And the last point I wanted to stress was in terms of VTI quality, that as I mentioned before, there is a well-established sector of vocational training institutes in Uganda. I think we started with a list of about 150, 170. And then I can't give you a precise algorithm, but we chose the 5 most reputable VTIs. 4 out of 5 of them are private sector organizations. They operate to maximize profits. 1 of them is government provided, but they have a very good reputation for really giving high quality to their trainees. The trainees only ever pay them to get trained. The payments of the vocational training institutes are never tied to the performance of the worker, and that's a policy that's been much discussed around the world. But somehow, I think it's very important that we actually ended up working with those particularly good vocational training institutes. Again, had we said to workers, here's $400, go off and spend this in any of these 150 vocational training institutes, I would bet my bottom dollar the rates of return would be far lower. Why? Because workers are relatively uninformed about the quality of vocational training institutes. And I think it's a hugely important question in sort of trying to understand labour markets, sort of the I/O question of how do these vocational training institutes exist? Is it just because people just make one-off types of investment in them that then can't be transmitted to other individuals? Why don't we have certification for vocational training institutes as well to raise their quality as well? These are somewhat puzzling questions that if we could correct would actually, I think, have first-order impacts in skills acquisition in many low-income countries. I'm very familiar with the context in Pakistan, for example, where there's a complete oversupply of vocational training institutes, the returns to which are often zero, if not negative, in many cases. How do those firms exist? How do they manage to survive when providing such a key input into the economy? But we happen to get in that narrow corridor where we got these four elements right. That's kind of like a future agenda. What would happen if we changed each of these, and how sensitive are the results? How much can you improve them by getting some of these elements even better than we did? Okay, I'm going to, I have about 5 minutes, Vittorio. Okay, so I'm going to skip the next study. I'd rather, I just wanted to come back to one point, which was that we've been tracking these workers subsequent to that. The results that I just showed you are for the first 4 years of the study. We've been fortunate enough to track these workers over the course of the pandemic. We've interviewed them multiple times, so I just wanted to conclude by trying to understand a little bit more, just some very preliminary evidence that we have so far to understand whether the acquisition of skills, and here I'm just going to be comparing the vocational trainees to the control group. We weren't able to track the firm-trained workers over time. To compare whether those two types of workers have differential outcomes over the course of the pandemic. So does the provision of skills allow those workers to respond differentially to these types of aggregate shock? Okay, so I'll just show you two sets of results and some potential explanations. The first is just going to be a figure that's going to have many different panels, and it's going to show you for different outcomes just the time series of outcomes between vocational trainees and the control group. There'll be shaded regions in that. The shaded regions just correspond to periods of lockdown in Uganda. There were 2 lockdowns in Uganda. And so this sort of pandemic study corresponds to about tracking workers for the 24 months, just pre-pandemic, right until the pandemic. Uganda was starting to come out of the pandemic in sort of 2021. So for many outcomes, if you just focus in on panel B, that's just where we ask workers whether their main activity is in one of the 8 sectors in which workers were originally trained in. So are you essentially in one of these high productivity good sectors? The blue line corresponds to the outcomes for vocational trainees. The red line corresponds to the time series for our control group. Grey bars there refer to the first and second lockdown in Uganda. The total time span here is roughly about 24 months, and we sort of each point there is a different point at which we surveyed our workers. This is kind of fairly high frequency phone surveys that we're able to run. So a couple of interesting points to note, and this is we see this across a range of different outcomes. In the very first wave, just pre-pandemic, in wave 4, which is essentially the last wave in that previous study that I showed you, we see that vocational trainees are doing better than the control group and a range of different outcomes that you can look at. That improvement increases up until the eve of the pandemic, and then we see 2 striking results that are repeated across both lockdowns. The first is that in proportionate terms, vocational trainees are hit harder than the control group by the pandemic. When sectors get shut down, the proportional impact is larger on higher skilled workers. There's a convergence in that first grey area in whether their main activity remains in one of the 8 sectors or not. So that's something that we observe in both lockdowns, that workers higher up the skills distribution are hit harder, perhaps because they're working in sectors that are more exposed to the pandemic, either because they're facing the public or because they're involved in supply chains. But the second key striking fact that we see is that coming out of each lockdown, the bounce back, that period of recovery, is much more rapid for vocational trainees as well. So you see the divergence open up very quickly as soon as the lockdown ends, and that's true across a range of these different dimensions. So skills seem to have a good and a bad side in a sense. The bad side is that skilled workers are more exposed to this type of aggregate shock. The good side is that skills allow those workers also to bounce back across a range of different dimensions. Okay? One other point that comes out quite strikingly from the analysis so far is just in the bottom right-hand figure, where our main outcome is casual types of employment. Okay, so these are types of employment that, remember, are the things that we want young people to transition away from. These are very low skill, temporary types of jobs where you're just engaged in sort of spot contract work. So you see there on the eve of the pandemic, skilled workers do less of that type of work than the control group. That's what I showed you from the previous study. That was still the case pre-pandemic. But what's interesting is that during the pandemic, the skilled workers don't resort to moving into this type of casual work. And that's important because in other sort of work that's been sort of very, very, very important, influential, we know that in response to trade shocks, for example, one element that happens in trade shocks is that lower skilled workers tend to get pushed into the informal sector. Workers who are pre-existing in the informal sector then get pushed out into unemployment. We don't see that type of chain happening with the pandemic. We don't see skilled workers moving into casual work and unskilled workers becoming unemployed as a result. Okay? Skilled workers retain working outside of the casual sector. They may change employer, they may even change sector, as I'll come to, but they're not crowding out workers in casual employment. Okay, it's not the same dynamic as we observe in the context of a trade shock, which may be longer lasting, may be more certain relative to what occurs in the pandemic. If this just shows you period by period, we can then just accumulate these effects over 24 months, fill in the months that we don't get to observe in our survey, and just give numbers about the total impact of the pandemic on workers over this 2-year time frame of the pandemic itself. And that's what's shown here as well. So I just want to highlight the numbers there that are highlighted in orange there. So the cumulative effects of being experimentally provided skills, 6 years prior to the pandemic. What is the impact of that skills acquisition over the 24 months of the pandemic? Those numbers are those are the percentage impacts on various outcomes. So the protective effects of skills are such that workers with skills spend 42% more time over the pandemic working in one of these key productive sectors relative to the control group. Their earnings are around about 13% higher relative to the control group over the course of the pandemic. Okay, so skills are protective, but skills are increasing inequality amongst workers during the pandemic. That's despite the fact that the skilled workers were hit proportionally harder. Their recovery is quicker and more long-lasting. So overall, if you're concerned about labour market earnings inequality, that worsens as a course of the pandemic between skilled and unskilled workers. And there's many different potential explanations for these patterns that we observe, and this is what we're trying to dig into sort of in the next stage of the program, whether it's the case that skilled workers were just less impacted by firm closures, whether the mechanism of skills certification is really key here and allows skilled workers to move more quickly to new employers that control workers can't do as we come out of the pandemic. It may be because that skilled workers on the eve of the pandemic have accumulated greater labour market experience, greater search capital, and so they just know more stuff, and so they can deal with the pandemic better. It's nothing to do with the skills themselves. It may be the fact that on the eve of the pandemic, skilled workers just had different stocks of human capital to begin with, and it may also be because they have greater savings and wealth, and that allows them to recover more quickly during the pandemic. We're starting to look into these. I mean, the results aren't conclusive, but if we have to pick one of these as explaining why the bounce back is quicker for skilled workers relative to non-skilled workers, the evidence seems to be in line with the skills certification story, that those skilled workers are much more likely to be able to find jobs in new firms in the same sector relative to the control group. It's not really because they have access to greater wealth that they've accumulated or because of factors related to more experience in the labour market. Skill certification seems to be another key mechanism to allow them to get out of the pandemic and the aggregate shock it represents, same as we found in our main study. So let me just conclude. We started by thinking about various labour market frictions in these markets, whether it's related to workers not having quite the right skills, not having access to credit, lacking information or psychology. I haven't really been able to speak about those in as much detail today, but they're part of sort of our ongoing agenda. Our future projects will focus exclusively just on the firm side of the market, so just to try to understand how did firms respond to some of our treatments, what happened to the survival and behavior of firms that we've been tracking over the pandemic. Okay, so one of the nice things that we find about firm behavior is similar to some of Vittorio's earlier work, that in the wage offer treatment where we provided unskilled workers to firms and we offered the wage subsidy, we find that even if firms don't hire our particular worker, it does have subsequent impacts on the hiring behavior of firms thereafter. Why does it do that? Because firms, when they're presented with these types of workers from our experiment, update their beliefs about workers more generally. So we do tend to find some evidence of two-sided learning in these labour markets. It's not that firm owners are fully informed and know what workers are out there. They also respond to some of the information that's provided in the treatments, and that has impacts on their behaviour in the longer term as well. So I just wanted to conclude on one point. There's lots of anticipated and unanticipated returns to engaging in a long-run study project. So I'd really encourage everybody here to think about doing that, especially some of the younger people in the audience, that there are huge returns to just working on the same issue over a longer period of time. I think that's sort of the key comparative advantage that economists have. It's not just thinking about cross-sectional differences, it's really understanding the dynamics and trying to put those into some of our models. And that's really very, very important when we're thinking about labour market outcomes, where the short run can be very different than the long run. And that's true for the workers themselves, that's true for firms, and obviously subsequently for any policy interventions that we think of. Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Imran. Thank you very much. I think we have time for a couple of questions, if somebody has. Okay, so lots of questions. So we have a microphone, or I think we can try to get going. So Kim, I think first.
Hi, Imran. Thank you very much for your presentation. So I have two questions. The first one is, so there seems to be a lot of heterogeneity in terms of the vocational training institutes. So in that sense, it might be very tricky to signal that your skills. But at the same time, if you think about it, there might be another signal, especially that these trainings are so costly, and that signal is that you're actually financially strong enough to afford these trainings, right? So I'm thinking about, especially like in a market with a lot of heterogeneity for these institutes, how important is that second signal that you can actually afford it? For example, as a firm, I would want to have a financially strong worker. If they fall ill, they can afford healthcare, etc. They bounce back quickly. So that's the first one. The second one is, do you think in your IRR, like the returns, do you have some form of measure of firm profits? Because I assume that also the firm benefits from more skilled workers. So do you think that your estimate is more of an underestimate, given that's probably hard to measure? Thank you.
Okay, shall I go through the...
Yeah.
Okay. So on those points, the first one, when workers receive a certificate, it does signify which vocational training institute they came from. So people perceive that to be high quality. So that signal of quality is certainly conveyed. We didn't tell firms in the wage subsidy treatment that we'd provided that, we'd subsidised that cost. So they may have misperceived those workers to be those who could afford that training, although that will be learnt very quickly. So there's lots of discussion about, in the context of wage subsidies, what do firms infer about that worker? They might infer that worker's higher than average quality because they get to work with this great NGO and these researchers. They might think they're a lemon for exactly the same reasons. So I think there's kind of contradictory evidence in the labour market about what firms perceive. That's why in the firm side study, it's kind of interesting to see that firms update their beliefs about the distribution of traits amongst workers, even if they don't hire one particular worker from us. It's sort of a new point for them to see. The second point, firm profits don't enter the IRR. The reason is because we only tracked a panel of firms. We don't know profits for the firm the worker was necessarily in. And so it's impossible to say what are the profit impacts of that. We can do it for a subset of firms in the short run when we provide them that, and there are profit impacts of doing so, but we can't really use that as a basis for the IAR. So in that sense, you should think of this as a lower bound estimate. In the paper, we do show impacts on productivity, and so those, if you think of those as steady state impacts, you can also sort of translate those into profit impacts on any employer they would have been gone to, but we can't show that with our data.
Thank you very much for this talk, very interesting and very clear. I have a very small question. Do you think that we could combine firm training and vocational training and have better results than we have with separate programs?
I mean, that's a very good question. That's not something we can really answer with our study, because we wanted to keep a clear distinction between the two, because often in the policy debate is either we use vocational training institutes or we allow firms to do this. One thing we see, though, is that in our data, there isn't much of a complementarity between the two, in the sense that those workers who provided vocational training, once they meet an employer, the employer doesn't provide them more firm-provided training relative to the control group. Okay, so once a worker already has sufficient skills, and they can prove that they've got those skills, the firm has no incentive to try to hold them in-house, because I can always use that piece of paper to go to the next best employer. And that's what's matched up in our data. So trying to combine the two doesn't seem to affect the skills that the workers actually receive. And so that kind of fits in with our intuition and why we didn't go down that route. So, but on the margin, there are clearly going to be ways to improve each of these types of intervention a little bit, not necessarily through trying to combine the two.
Yes, thank you very much. I have a short question about the scalability of such programs. So you insist a lot about this is the best vocational training institute in the country. So how does this kind of translate in how can we kind of scale up such program? Because are we going to run it quickly into kind of capacity constraint in high quality training?
Yeah, so that's a... So we start with a group of 150 VTIs. We choose the top 5. We don't know whether the quality falls off a cliff edge over those top 5 or whether you could expand. So there's 2 dimensions of expansion. What our results speak to is, like, if those existing 5 VTIs were to offer one more place, what would be the impact? Or you could say if the 6th, 7th, 8th VTI also were able to offer an additional place, or we could. So I think that still leaves plenty of scope. The question is, how quickly does that quality distribution fall? And that, I think, is relatively unknown. I mean, I know on average, if you were just to give individuals, a voucher, those voucher-type programs have generally generated much lower rates of return in other contexts. So we know that sort of the median or the lowest quality training institutes are ones that we'd like for them to exit the market, or potentially for them to try to learn from what the best ones are doing. The alternative policy implication that people have put forward is that vocational training institutes should be incentivized based on outcomes of the worker rather than just the provision of training. So base it on outputs rather than inputs. And that's a discussion that takes place, around the world, in the UK as well. So I think that those are all additional dimensions. But the infrastructure's there. And so I don't think that sort of the labour supply curve would necessarily be as steep for these types of interventions as for other types of scale-up, where you're really introducing newly skilled workers or new forms of intervention to improve human capital.
Okay, so we have time for only one last question, and then we can continue with the break.
Okay, thank you very much for this very nice talk. You showed us the huge returns of those trainings, and then you said, why doesn't the market does it on its own? And your assumption was that it was maybe due to credit constraints. I was wondering if
and information constraints.
And information.
Yeah.
I was wondering if the risk at the individual level isn't also a possible candidate for explaining why. Because so your outcomes are averaged over a pool of several hundreds of workers and firms, but if you're a firm with 3 employees and there is some risk, you just get to pick one ball from the earth, not 1,000. So the risk might be very large for a single employee out of a 3 employee firms. So do you have any evidence on the dispersion across individuals of those outcomes?
So 2 points on that. In the study, we're not really powered to look at heterogeneity within each treatment arm. We only have a couple of hundred, so we never really attempt to do that. One form of heterogeneity people always ask us to look at is by gender, for example. But gender is very highly correlated to sector. Men tend to work in the manufacturing sectors, women in the services. It's very hard to split those two elements apart. There's a little bit of work we've done on sort of dispersion of beliefs about the returns of these types of training. But that level of risk aversion may be some of the unobserved characteristics that cause people to enter into a program where you're offered vocational training, and would be very different if you offered them sort of a wage subsidy or firm-provided training, just because of the timing of benefits being relatively different. And with firm-provided training, you're almost guaranteed to be taken up for the period that the wage subsidy is in place, so perhaps you reduce sort of the uncertainty here. But remember, the background is that, you know, the 60% unemployment rates, the background degrees of uncertainty of workers really relying on casual labour, taking, you know, years to move up into these types of jobs, is already very high. So it's not a setting in which the outside option is very certain and we're introducing uncertainty. The context is one in which there's huge amounts of uncertainty. In fact, you know, in some of our focus groups beforehand, we asked workers, you know, what could we do to help you find a job? And, you know, many of them said, look, we're even willing to move to Tanzania, we're willing to move to different countries if we were able to find employment. They're willing to expose themselves to huge amounts of uncertainty given sort of their background conditions. That's why the control group was so big, because we thought that these people would be very dispersed. So that may be an element in some other context, but in the context of youth unemployment, I think uncertainty already is very high. Adding a little bit of risk on top of that is probably not the most important thing here.
Okay, thank you very much, Imran. I think we have to move on now. We'll get to the discussion in the break. Thanks for the many questions.
Good morning. Thank you very much. So, welcome to this first session of the seminar. Thank you. So, my name is Kamal Hlou. I am the head of the research on public policies at the Central Bank of Morocco. Very happy to welcome you to this first session. We will have 3 interesting papers on this session. The first one is childcare labor supply and business development, experimental evidence from Uganda, to be presented by Laura van der Waal and discussed by Gianmarco Leonciliotta. So, Laura, the floor is yours. Yeah. So just in order to remind the organization of the seminar, we'll take 30 minutes for the presentation, 10 minutes for discussion, and let's say 10 minutes for general question. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. Thanks to the organizers for including our paper in the program. So this is joint work with Kjetil Bjørvatn, Arne Nasgovitz, and Vincent Somville, who are at NHH in Norway. There is Denis Firis, who is at BRAC Uganda, so we remain in the same context. We work with the same NGO as in the previous session. Then there is Selim Gouleshi, who is at Trinity College in Dublin, and I'm based at the Geneva Graduate Institute. So the title of the paper is Childcare Labor Supply and Business Development, Experimental Evidence from Uganda. So let me start with motivating a bit the paper. So access to childcare plays a pivotal role in maternal labor supply in high-income countries. Okay, so there are a number of contexts in which this has been tested, and overall, the result is positive. So it's unclear, though, if these lessons carry over to low-income contexts, okay, where women's labor market outcomes may be limited for a number of reasons. Okay, so first of all, there are multiple market imperfections. There are social norms that may make it harder for women to get to work. Okay, so moreover, we have very limited evidence on the impact of childcare on other household members. Okay, so all papers mainly look at female labor force participation. There's a bit of results with respect to what the impact is on childcare, on children's development, but there's no focus at all on other household members, such as the fathers. Okay, so self-employment is, in this context, a very important source of income. If you just take a look at the labor participation of women at baseline, you see that about 32% work in businesses, while only 12% had a wage-paying job at baseline. Okay, so in line again with what Imran was mentioning before, the numbers are extremely low. So if you then want to think about getting more women to work, so we have to think about the possibilities of starting businesses. And if you want to think about the possibility of starting businesses, you have to think about the two major inputs. One is labor, the other one is capital. Okay, so credit constraints can limit the investments in both capital and in labor. Okay, so domestic duties, think about childcare, that's the one we're going to focus on. These may be an important limitation to be able to provide a sufficient number of labor hours. And then there is the complementarity between the two. So if there is a lack of capital, it may be difficult, even if you have sufficient time, to actually start working, and the other way around. So we will take a look at these questions in the paper by basically asking the following question. So, how does access to free childcare affect, first of all, labor supply and earnings of all the family members, so not only the mother, but also the other household members, and how does it impact child development? So we will be comparing this treatment with a cash grant of a similar amount. Okay, because one thing is saying we think you should send your children to school. Alternatively, people may actually have better ways of investing this money. So we have a cash arm so we can compare the differences between the two. Finally, we're also interested in whether there are complementarities. So if we give you the cash grant and in addition to that the childcare, does that actually boost the impact that we can find? So to answer the question, we implemented a field experiment in Uganda. So the sample consists of about 1,500 women who have one 3 to 5 year old child, and this is in peri-urban Uganda. Okay, so the randomization is over 4 different arms. So as usually we have the control, we have the arm who receives for 1 year free childcare, then we have the arm who receives an equivalent cash grant, which we labeled as a business grant, in particular, given how important self-employment is. And then we have the combination of the two, the cash and the childcare arm. So what do we find after about 1 year? So I wish we could follow Imran's advance and tell you about the long run, but there was the pandemic who kind of killed our plans. So we unfortunately can only look after 1 year, because then all the schools were closed for 2 years in a row. So it's actually been a very long lockdown of schools in Uganda. But at least we did a survey that ended 2 weeks before the first lockdown, so we're able to tell you what happened after 1 year. So in terms of access to childcare, what we find is that there's an increase in the likelihood the child is in full-time childcare. So in other words, if you provide it, the parents happily take it up and actually send their children. We see an improvement in the child development. Okay, so that's an important parameter, because one argument could be if there's no good care, it may actually be harmful for the children, but that is not at all the case. We see an increase in household income with about 45%, and this is an effect that is at least as strong as that of a cash grant. Okay, it's not higher, it's not lower, it's about the same amount. So we also see that the mother's business revenues are increasing without an increase in labor supply. Okay, so we will be referring to an increased productivity on the side of the mother. For the fathers, we see that they increase labor supply and income in wage labor. Okay, so there's a very different reaction to the childcare of the parents. So a bit surprisingly, we do not find important complementarities between access to childcare and cash, apart from the arm or the group of women who had a business at baseline. Okay, we'll come back to that at the very end, but overall the complementarities are lower than we expected. So the mechanisms, I kind of already mentioned it. So mothers, they become more efficient. Fathers, they can take on more work because of the saved time. And then cash, we see that it moves into, it actually gets invested into productive assets and employees. Okay, so the cash gets used indeed to start businesses. So where do we stand in the literature? So childcare and maternal labor supply, as I said, there's quite a bit of literature on that, but it mainly refers to high-income countries. So there is a recent review that summarizes all of the literature. For low-income countries, in particular sub-Saharan Africa, there's much less evidence available. So regarding the early childhood development, the results are actually a bit more mixed. That's also why it was important to carefully look at what the impact is on children, because what they overall find is that it's positive for children who are living with families with a low socioeconomic status. So this is the case of Quebec. So you see for families that are a bit on the poorer side, it's good to send children to childcare, but it's not necessarily the case within richer families. So that also implies that it's really important to take a look at what the childcare services are and what the quality is that they eventually can provide. So then the final contribution is to the business development in low-income countries. So there are a number of papers in very different contexts that systematically have been showing that there are low returns to capital grants in female-owned businesses. Okay, so if there are returns to grants, it's mainly in businesses that are owned by men. And so a number of authors started looking at where this may be coming from. So first of all, what Bernard and co-authors found is that capital is mainly invested into the spouse's business. So in other words, if you have both men and women having a business into the family, even if you give the cash grant to the women, it's more likely that the money is actually used in the husband's business. If you take families where only the woman has a business, so the husband does not have a business, then you actually start seeing impacts that are similar for female-owned businesses. Okay, the second paper takes a look at childcare duties and concludes that this is correlated with what they call a baby profit gap. So if parents, or in particular mothers, have a child who is below 2 and they have to take the child to the business, then you actually observe that there is a lower productivity because she has a smaller bandwidth to focus on the business. And this is in the same context. So this paper is also on Uganda. So our contribution, so first of all, it's a low-income country. We're going to be focusing on sub-Saharan Africa. So while most studies have been focusing on the child and the mother, we're also going to include the father and the other household members, actually, so the full household. And then we're going to zoom in on the parents. We're able to compare the cost effectiveness with a pure cash grant, so to see if these are actually similar in results, and to explore the potential complementarities between the two. So let me start with giving you some more details about the experimental design. So we're working in Uganda. We have 3 districts in the east, 3 in the west, and 3 in the center. So in each of these districts, what we did is we identified communities that contain at least 1 nursery school, and in those we conducted the household census. Okay, so we were very optimistic when we started. We were going to start our own childcare. That quick enough turned out not to be possible because there's even no training for people on how to actually take care of these children. Okay, so we decided to work together with nursery schools that are linked to the primary schools. So quite a number of primary schools have a provision for 3 to 5 years old, but only in the mornings. Okay, it's very rare that it's a full day provision. Parents would bring the child between 9:30 and 10 and have to pick up the child again around lunchtime. So the sample has 1,500 households. So as said before, we searched for families that only have 1 child in the 3 to 5 years old range. That mainly so that we only had to treat 1 child per family. So the child should not yet be attending full-time childcare. This is rare because it's very hard to find such a provision. Okay, it exists in the main cities such as Kampala, but in those cases it's built for expats and it's extremely expensive actually, which is also the reason we worked in the areas surrounding the main cities. So usually it's 2 to 3 hours that you can bring the child, and after that the child is back at home. Okay, so what we did is we convinced these schools to open for full days so that the parents or the mother could actually bring the child in the morning and only pick up the child in the evening. So the mother or the grandmother had to be present in the family because they were the main people we wanted to look at. So the randomization is done at the individual level. We only have about 4 households per village. So it's very unlikely that the families knew each other because the villages are much, much larger than that. So it's stratified by having a younger child or not. Okay, so we have a number of families where there is all families just have 1 3 to 5 year old, but in some families there is a younger kid. Then the main occupation of the female caregiver, whether she was self-employed, employed, or neither of the two. Then we have the district, whether the child was already attending part-time school, so up to 2 3 hours a day, and then whether it is the mother or the grandmother who is the primary female caregiver. So the treatment, so the childcare, we enrolled the child, we paid the schools directly. So it's not at all the case that the money passed through the families. We directly paid the different childcare centers. So then the cash grant is the same amount as the childcare. So what we did is we labeled it as a business grant, and we also paid it at the exact same time as we had to pay the schools. So if parents just wanted to use this as a fee for education, they could perfectly do so, because the timing of the payment was the exact same as when the school fees were due. Okay, so then the combined arm, they got both treatments at the same time. So just to give you an idea, so this is outside of Kampala, where it's the capital, where it's even much more expensive, but it's actually not cheap at all. So while education, primary school is supposed to be free, this is definitely not the case. So we're talking here of about $37 for a trimester. And if we take a look at the average household income in the control group, it's about that amount of money. Okay, so it's a month worth of family income to actually send the child full-time to childcare. Okay, so it's not a minor investment to make. So here's the timeline. So in the fall of 2018, we did the census, the baseline, the randomization. So the academic year in Uganda runs from February until December. So the treatment started in February 2019. Then in November and December, we did a child development survey, so to see if there is a positive impact on the children. And then in February 2022, we did the first follow-up survey. So we've done another 2, but of course our randomization is completely messed up because the schools were closed for such a long time. Okay, so these are all results pre-COVID. So the analysis is pretty easy as we have a randomization. So we're just going to include 3 treatment dummies for those variables for which we have the baseline value available. We also include that into the regression. So I even don't have a way of going to the table, so even if you want to see them, I actually cannot show them. So you have to trust me that our pre-specified variables are balanced and that it's the same for the outcome variables at baseline. So let's get into the results. So first of all, let me show you the first stage. So if you provide parents the opportunity of sending their children to daycare, they're very happy to do so. So what you see here is that we have the childcare arm, the cash arm, and then the combined arm. So these are the impacts compared to the control. We, at the bottom, also compare the p-values between the different treatment arms. Okay, so what's clear here, if you take a look at enrollment into full-day childcare, you see that both the childcare and cash arms importantly impact the likelihood that the child is in school. Okay, so it goes up from about 34% to about 84% of the children being enrolled into childcare. So these 34%, you may think that that's quite a high number for the control, but we did a comparison with the LSMS, and it's very similar to what you find all over Uganda. Okay, so it's not exceptional that parents sent their children, and now the full-time became a possibility, given that they anywhere were open for us. So that's why a number of parents kept their children the whole day in school. So the first aspect we're looking at is just to make sure that the children are not worse off, is to take a look at child development. So Save the Children, they helped us out quite well there, because they developed a different set of tests that are exactly for the children in our age range. The nice thing is that they already adjusted it to the context of Uganda, so all we had to do is to pass by the office, smile, and get the service. Okay, so there was not much work for us here, but to implement it with the children. So it's very simple tests, like, for example, link the smallest circle with the smallest branch, etc. So it's very easy tests that take a look at 4 different aspects. So the emergent literacy, emergent numeracy, socio-emotional skills, and finally the motor development of the children. Then there's also a way of aggregating these numbers into one score. So all of these are standardized. That's why it's 0 in the control group. But basically what we see is that the childcare and cash arm clearly lead to an improvement of the overall score in terms of childhood development. And this is mainly driven through emergent literacy and through motor development skills. Okay, so the children benefit from being in school. So sorry about this huge table, and I actually already took out 4 columns. So here are the results with respect to the household. So the first block is about income. The second block is about labor supply. I took out the assets and the employees. Okay, so that was just to make it a little bit more visible. Not sure it's as successful as I had hoped for. But so here is the level of the household. This includes everyone. So it's a mother, it's a father. If other adults are living in the same household, they're included into these results. So I can't point at the numbers, but so let's take a look at the first column where we have the revenues. Okay, so what we're observing at the household level is that the revenues are increasing with about 70 million Ugandan dollar. Okay, so there's quite an important increase, which is almost as large as the cash group. As you can see, the numbers are very close to one another, and we cannot differentiate between the two. Okay, so what we see is at the household level, we see an increase in the income, and this increase in the income is mainly driven, as you can see from the columns 4 and 5, through revenues and profits that come from self-employment. Okay, so the main, in both cases, so both for the childcare and for the cash arms, we see that the results are driven by an increase in income that is coming from self-employment. If we're then taking a look at labor supply, which we split between the extensive and the intensive margins for self-employment wage and in total, we see that the childcare does not lead to a major increase in labor supply, while the cash arm actually causes an increase in labor supply. Okay, we're going to see through, by taking a look in more detail, zooming in the different household members, where these results are actually coming from. Okay, so let me start with the mothers. So for the mothers, so the structure of the table is the exact same as before. We have on the one side income, and in the last columns we have the labor supply. So in this case, what we see is if you take a look at purely the childcare arm, so what you see is that there's an increase again in the revenues. Okay, while there is an increase in the revenues that are coming mainly through self-employment, we see there is no impact at all on labor supply. Okay, so the mothers are able to benefit more from the businesses, but they're actually not working more hours into the business. If we, on the other hand, take a look at the effect of the cash arms, what we're seeing there is that at the extensive margin, you see there's an increase in labor supply from self-employment. This is the creation of additional businesses. As a result, we see if you take a look at the total hours on average, we see that this is increasing as well, and this is reflected in an increase of self-employment. Okay, and this comes partially at the cost of wage labor. If you take a look at the third column, second line, you see that they're reducing a bit the work that they're doing in terms of wage labor, while they are increasing the work they do into self-employment. Okay, so this points in the direction of the credit constraints, where at the moment that they're getting a cash grant, they're actually moving away a bit from wage labor towards self-employment, but the increase in self-employment is higher than the decrease in wage labor, which has an effect that we see an impact on total income. Okay, so we have other ways of, again, yeah, there is evidence there, so let me just quickly mention this. So we see that the mothers are improving their efficiency at work because there's no increase at all in terms of the labor hour. If we're taking a look at the type of businesses they do, whether there's more closure of existing businesses, whether they're changing the type of businesses, there are no changes at all. If we're taking a look at the opening hours of the businesses, that's not changing either. Okay, so if you take a look at other variables, they all point in the same direction. It's not at all the case that they're changing the type of businesses, the working hours in the business, but in line with the paper that I quickly introduced a couple of slides ago, we see that there is a benefit in terms of being able to focus more on the business and not having to take care of children simultaneously. Before going to the fathers, I already want to quickly show you some heterogeneous effects regarding the mother's labor supply and income. So on the left, we have whether or not the mother has a younger sibling. Okay, because we're now taking away the responsibility of the 3 to 5-year-old, but there may still be a baby, there may still be a child who is younger than 3 years old. So if we're taking a look on the left, which is the labor supply, we see there's no difference at all. Okay, so the fact that there's no increase on average in labor supply, it's not driven by mothers who have a younger child to take care of. Okay, there's no difference at all. If we're taking a look, however, at the income creation, we see that this is entirely driven by the mothers who do not have a younger sibling to take care of. Okay, so as long as there is still a younger sibling to take care of, we see that the zero falls into the confidence interval, so there is no positive impact there. So it seems that it helps that we take away the 3 to 5-year-old and place a child into childcare, but if there is a younger child, the effects are not generated. So the second block brings us to the father, who's going to be the next focus on the next slide. So we're taking a look at whether or not the father is present in the household. And the father, I mean, it's a broader definition. It's father/partner. It's not necessarily the biological parent of the child. So there is a father present in about 64% of the households, which means that a large number of households are actually single mothers. So in this case, what we're observing is that if there is no father, if the father is present, we don't see really an impact on the mother's labor supply, not on her income. Okay, we see that the effect that we saw on average is mainly driven by the families in which the mother is alone. Okay, so if the father is absent, we do see that there's an increase in the number of hours that she's working, and we see that there is a substantial increase in the income that she's able to generate. Okay, we're now going to take a look at the results for the father, and I will then come back in trying to explain why this is the case. So if we're taking a look at the father, so first of all, good news here in terms of fathers or the partner grabbing the money that is coming for business creation. This is not at all happening here. So if you're taking a look at cash and the childcare, and well, let's focus on the cash arm for now. If you take a look at the cash arm, we see that giving cash does not impact the fathers at all. Okay, so there is no improvement in their self-employment. There's no change in their wage employment. There is no change at all. If we're taking a look at the childcare, however, what we're observing is that there's no increase or change in self-employment by fathers, but there is an increase in wage labor. He's working additional hours, and that leads to the creation of additional income coming from wage labor. So where is this coming from? Okay, so why is it the case that we see so an important impact of childcare on fathers' work? So this is how we're explaining this. So first of all, we take a look at a National Time Use Survey, and first thing that you see is that both men and women actually contribute to household chores. So it's not at all the case that all the burden falls on women. There is a difference. It's about 5 hours for women, and it's about 7 hours for women and 5 hours for men. So of course, what the childcare treatment does, it reduces the amount of household chores or the time that has to be taken to finish the job. So as a result, there can be a reallocation into the parent's time. Okay, if we then take a look, if you then want to think about the different types of constraints within a household, if the main constraint is capital, then setting up a new business may not be feasible at all if you're only getting access to childcare. Okay, so you basically don't have sufficient money available to change the type of job that you want to do to set up a business. So that implies that if there is a credit constraint, the only possibility to generate more income is through wage labor. So if we're then taking a look at the median monthly earnings in wage labor for men and for women, then you find that there's an important gender gap. Okay, it's about 240,000 for men, while it's only 150,000 for women. So if as a household, there's the only possibility of using the additional time to generate more income is through wage labor, it actually makes more sense to send the man to work than it is to send the woman to work. Okay, and that is what we believe is going on here. So the most lucrative option for the household is to increase the father's wage labor, and that may imply that the woman is actually getting some additional of his household chores, which explains why we're not seeing any different on labor supply for women, with the exception, just to quickly come back to this, where the woman is actually single. Okay, if the woman is the only person working, then the time gain can only go to her because there's no partner who is actually helping in the household chores. But at the moment that we have a couple, what we observe is if we're not relaxing the credit constraints, we see that it's mainly through the father that we observe an increase in wage labor. Good, I'm going to skip the last point in the interest of time because I quickly wanted to show this. So this goes back to the number of papers that have been looking at what actually happens if we give a cash grant to a female business owner. we're getting into smaller samples here because we have a sample of 1,500, about 30% has a business. So this is a figure made with 500 observations. Okay, so what we're observing here is that if you purely give a cash, that's where we are with the middle line, we find exactly the same as all the other papers. So you have a business, the woman has already a business, we're giving an additional cash grant, we're actually not seeing any impact in terms of additional income being generated compared to the control group. If, on the other hand, you take a look at the childcare and the cash arm, which is the line below, fully agree we cannot differentiate the impact from the cash group, but if you're comparing it to the control, then what we're actually seeing is that if you at the same time provide childcare in addition to giving them a cash grant, then we see that there is actually an increase into the business revenues that the woman can generate from her business. Okay, so this goes back to the whole literature on are there additional constraints, and an additional constraint may indeed be having to take care of children. So we have a bunch of other results, so I won't show the tables for these, but just to make sure that we take a look at the broad picture of what's actually happening within these households. So we're taking a look at household consumption, we're taking a look at food security. For both, we see that there's a very similar impact between the childcare and the cash arms. If we're taking a look at the mother's reported levels of happiness, life satisfaction, it's also very similar. Okay, so there we don't see huge differences. The final aspect we're looking at is reported domestic violence. First of all, we take a look at intra-household violence, so between the partners. So childcare does not have any impact on domestic violence, but we cannot exclude that the cash grants increase the reported prevalence of physical violence between partners. Which again, I mean, there are papers on cash transfers that have shown similar results, so we cannot exclude it in this case either. So for children, there is no significant effect. Okay, so we asked about within the family, but we also asked, was there any reporting from the child that there are difficult situations at school? So there was no appearance of that at all. While we should say that the average levels are very high. So it's about half of the children face a form of violence over the past weeks. But there's no increase because of the treatments. So that leaves me 1 minute to conclude. So the main way that we're looking at it is that daycare has a broad effect on the household. Okay, so first of all, we see that there's an impact on the household income, just as we see for the cash grant. In addition to that, we see that single mothers without younger children, they increase their income from self-employment as well. We see that fathers expand their working hours, their income from wage labor. So this is overall with regards to labor supply and income. But in addition to that, we actually see that child development is higher. Okay, so there's a positive aspect for the children as well. If you're then taking a look at the cash grant, there's a bit of a more narrow effect on the household. So in terms of investments into businesses, we see that there's a very similar result. For women, we do not find an impact here on fathers of purely giving a cash grant. There's also no effect on early childhood development. Okay, so it's much more concentrated with the person who received the cash grant, which is the mother. So we don't find an evidence of complementarities between cash and childcare, apart from the sample of business owners. That's actually the only group for who we find an important impact. And then finally, what we wanted to put forward is that ignoring the effect of childcare on household well-being, that may importantly underestimate the true returns that there may be for childcare. So in the case of Uganda, so we're going to have actually a conference, we're organizing a conference in 2 weeks, where the Ministry of Education is going to be there, because the discussion is there. Should we actually enlarge the provision of nursery schools? Should these be provided at a lower rate, or even be provided for free? And of course, our conclusion is that if they're able to keep the quality up, so if they're able to make sure that the children gain from the provision, then that is indeed the right thing to do. Thanks.
Thank you, Laura. And now for discussing the paper, I'm calling Gianmarco Leon-Silota.
Thank you. I don't. My slides are not there. It's getting nervous already. All right. Thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity to discuss this super interesting paper. So let me just take a couple of minutes to summarize what Laura just said. The basic research question is, what are the effects of providing full-time childcare on a broad set of labor market outcomes, right? And interestingly, what they do in the paper is that they also implement a cash transfer treatment arm kind of to benchmark the cost effectiveness of the main treatment. And finally, they also test for whether there are complementarities between these treatments, right? And here the idea is that even if you could be constrained both on time and on capital. Well, contributions, clearly super important question, and this is one of the first papers that I've seen in a developing country setting, which in itself, generally this is not something to highlight the importance of a paper is the first time you take something to a developing country, but if you're looking at labor outcomes, and especially labor outcomes in self-employment, the nature of work is fundamentally different, right? Which makes the question completely different as well. And also they look at the outcomes for other members of the household, while most of the work in the developed world has focused on the woman, right? So main results, the effects on income and revenues are massive, right? They're in the order of the 40 to 50%. For women, there's no effects on the time spent in employment, but if you put these results side by side with the massive increase in income, this leads them to conclude that the effects must be coming from increases in productivity on the job. Fathers instead devote more time, use the freed up time to work more in their wage works. Business grants increase revenues in self-employment, and in general, there does not seem to be any complementarities. Okay, so let me just give you a few comments. I will focus mostly on the interpretation of the childcare treatment arm. So the first thing that I would like to understand much better is what's the main constraint for people to send their kids to childcare, right? And in order to dig into that, one thing that you could do is to help us understand why there is no full take-up, right? So who values childcare, how much, who takes it up, and so on, right? So the enrollment in full-time childcare is 34% in the control, and in any type of childcare is 82%. When you look at your table one, looks at the results on take-up, and it increases by quite a lot. No, it's 50 percentage points more people, but still there is like a quarter of beneficiaries in the childcare treatment group who do not take it up. Why? No, who are these guys, and so on, which could teach us something about the types of constraints that we're facing for people to send their kids to childcare, right? So, and if you take into account that already 82% of households are sending their kids to some type of childcare, the interpretation of the results is slightly different, right? I guess it's going from the 9 to 1 to the 9 to 4 p.m., right? So you're increasing a very specific number of hours, which I think you can exploit a little bit to get us a better understanding of where are these massive income gains coming from, right? So if they're not changing the opening hours, then it must be the case that some specific types of businesses are gaining, right? So if you look at a job like having a market stall, for example, where most of the business happens in the morning, you shouldn't expect many effects, right? Whereas if you can combine this margin in the treatment with different heterogeneities by type of occupation and so on to try to get us a better understanding of where are the effects coming from. And so what the result that I think is most interesting, and we need to dig much deeper here, is how is it that they are becoming much more productive, right? And I'm going to get into that a little bit more in the next slide. But so one thing that comes to mind is that, all right, so there are some types of occupations where you need to devote like a prolonged amount of time to complete one task, right? And if a child disrupts you, then you've got to start over again. So occupations like, for example, tailoring, right? Where you have to sit down and sew like a full piece of cloth or whatever, versus occupations where tasks are just by nature separable, right? That you just sell something, tell a kid, hey, stay put for 5 seconds, and then continue, right? So this type of heterogeneities, I think that could help us understand a little bit better where the effects are coming from. And related to this point, what you see in one of the appendix tables is that the effects are massively concentrated, unless let me know if I read incorrectly this table, because it was big. There were tons of numbers there. But it seemed like the effects are concentrated among women who already had a business, right? And these women not only have a really large effect on revenues, but also in terms of the number of hours worked in self-employment, right? And so if I'm reading the table correctly, then it's not everything coming from increases in productivity, and makes me wonder what's going on with women who do not own a business, right? But what do they do with the hours? Because they're just not increasing their labor supply in self-employment, because probably they're capital constrained, and they're not devoting more time to work. So there's got to be something productive that they're doing with their time, and so that heterogeneity in particular, I think, is key to understanding the mechanisms here. And here I would really encourage you to dig deeper, because it seems like for these women, childcare matters a lot, whereas for women who are not business owners, no, and this is very important because the policy prescription is completely different, right? Here, it doesn't seem to be the case that it's optimal to subsidize universal childcare, but rather think about it more as a targeted policy. Okay, and the final point on the super interesting result that fathers are more likely to go to use the free time to work on wage work. You have a nice result that you just showed now, and I think I missed it in the paper. But what would be really cool is that if you try to kind of run a predicted returns to labor in wage work and see if the effect flips when you have a larger predicted returns in the labor market for the woman, right? And because that point that you made over here is super nice. Anyways, really cool paper.
Thank you. Yeah, if you want, would you like to respond?
Yeah, can I?
Yeah. In 1 minute, please.
In 1 minute, okay. I get 1 minute to respond. So thanks a lot, Gianmarco. So basically, the take up of childcare, it's usually because children move. So they're one moment with the mother, suddenly they're living with other family members. So the largest majority there is the children were basically no longer with the household. So then, yeah, it's true that 82% are in some type of childcare. So a lot of that is actually within village arrangements. So you would have one woman who takes care of the children on Monday, another woman on Tuesday. And mostly what happens is that it's indeed the morning hours. So what the mothers were telling us, we actually sent a student to do a lot of focus groups and time use schedules before we started the project to think about how to think about this half day versus full day. And the half day, what they were saying is that it's not only the problem we have to bring and pick up the child, The other problem is that the child doesn't get food yet, so we basically have to make sure food is ready. So the gain in time during the day of the half day was about 1.5 hours. While the full day, given it, so what we did, we couldn't force parents, this is the school you have to send your child to, so we actually let the parents choose. They could not send them to boarding school, that was the only constraint. But they could pick the school that they trusted more, and what they almost systematically did is picking the school where the elder child is. So the small one would just walk with the elder sibling and come back, and so there we got to days of 6 to 7 hours. So no, and thanks for the point on the businesses. So that's true. So if we actually take a look at if you do the same heterogeneity, women owns a business at baseline, and we take a look at the father, we see that the father effect is larger when the woman does not have a business. So it again goes into this direction of woman has a business, she's able to benefit out of it, and we agree, the impact is enormous. But it is in line, and we probably should compare our numbers a bit more with the other paper in the Uganda context. So the results are actually similar, while if the woman does not have a business, it seems that at the end, it's again the father who is benefiting from what we thought was a women-only treatment. So they are taking over the labor. So we try to look for differences, but they're very small. Within the districts, it's very hard to actually get the variation to do what you did, because we looked at that, and that would indeed be the exact right exercise, which is why we're now taking a look at overall. If you take a look at the districts, at larger samples, what is the income from labor that a woman versus a man would get? And that's why we're only using that to base it on, because we don't have that variation that would actually help us at getting at that. But yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you. So I'm so sorry, I can just take a few questions, so let's start. Yeah, please. Mike.
The debate in the developed world is very much sort of, we have a changing nature of jobs, and there's a greater demand from employers for flexibility, and so childcare can really prevent the absence of childcare. Sorry.
Can you help him, please? Yeah.
Okay, so, but in the context of lower income countries, we tend to think of self-employment as being really flexible. And so can you just tell us a little bit more about sort of what are the constraints that childcare might be relaxing? I mean, it comes back down to the point, if there's a productivity increase, can you show where that's coming from? What are the types of activities or time allocations that allow women to become more productive? But the other element was then, how does that then feed through into improvements in child development, especially for these kids are not in the first 1,000 days, they're slightly older than that, so it's kind of hard, you know, for most programs that are targeting child development to increase that, but especially so when you're changing either the productivity of people at work or the time allocation at work. So what's going on there? What's helping child development to increase? It's not the cash, because we didn't see, that didn't come out in that treatment arm.
Yeah. Another question, please.
Hey, Laura. Yeah, first of all, super interesting. My question actually follows up the last point by Imran, because my reading of the result on child development was actually that the comparison between the two arms is almost never significant, the difference. So in other words, it's not like the cash doesn't have an impact. You are kind of less precise at detecting it, except for the motor development. And so my question really is, maybe you, as a separate kind of paper at this point, you might want to look a little bit at the heterogeneity across household types on the child development impact. And in particular, I was kind of struck by this fact that you say that about 1/3 of the household in the sample, the fathers are not around. And that seems to matter a lot for the type of reallocation, but I wonder whether also that matters a lot for the type of impact on sort of child development that you show. Because then, you know, that was one of your conclusions at the end.
Thank you. Yes, please. Last question, sorry.
Thank you very much. My question is about, is there information on the quality of the child care between communities, and maybe possible to understand why there is no complementarity between the cash and the child care effect? And last, why there is difference between the impact on revenue and on profit in one of the first tables that we saw. Thank you very much.
I will finish maybe by one last
Maybe
question.
one suggestion is to analyze the impact, if the size of the sample allow it, the difference of impact in each community with the control group and so on. Maybe it will be a possibility to understand the difference of quality of childcare to women has access.
Thank you. I'll end up by maybe one last question. You mentioned in the paper, page 7, that there is maybe a sort of long-term effect. I didn't understand why, because the period is, let's say, very short. So how can we imagine long-term effect? Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot for all these questions. So let me try to go in the order. Let me know if I forget something. So what is a constraint that children bring? So it's a pity that I have to go back to another paper, but at the same time, it was good for us that this got published last year. So what they mainly found is that it reduces the bandwidth or the preparation time that people have. So in their sample, they were also taking a look at small businesses. And the biggest problem was that the women got in problem with the provision of the stock. So it was indeed the case that if it was just handling the customers, it was not at all a problem at the time that they were in the business. The main issue came from having to travel further to restock the business. So these were the type of activities that they were not able to optimize because they had the child being around in the business. So it had to do with being prepared for the future, being able to travel the longer distance to take care of the child. Then there's also the provision of lunch, which it's not always the case if it's small businesses. Of course, you can quickly give the child something. But that were the main, and they find impacts that are in the range of our paper. But well taken. So given that, I mean, we assumed that we would see an increase in labor supply as well. So obviously we didn't, I mean, given that that was our expectation, we didn't dig as deep into if it's purely productivity, where may it be coming from. But I fully agree that we should discuss that in more detail in the paper and actually take a look at other papers and what they found. So the child development, so what makes it increase? So it's both, I mean, I take both points at the same time. So the main difference would be the school, we would say, in the morning. So the fact that you're getting some classes as compared to otherwise they are sitting in the street with the mothers. So in the morning, the way that the day is organized is in the morning there is lectures. So they're learning the letters, they're learning the numbers, they're learning figures. Then they get the lunch that is also provided at school. And then in the afternoon, there's basically free play. Okay, so that could explain or should explain the difference, the significant difference that we have with the control group, where the children move from playing in the streets to or being taken care by someone who is taking care of them, but who is not actually teaching them aspects, to basically having a teacher going over these aspects with them. So why is there less of a difference with the cash group? Where we think that this comes from is that in the cash group, if we see a take-up, it's usually the half days. And the half days is exactly the teaching part. So if we would observe the difference that we observe between the cash and between the other two arms are mainly driven by the afternoon where the children are also getting lunch and are actually playing together. So it's the schooling aspect of it that we see as the aspect that drives it. Then heterogeneous effects on child development by the fathers being present. Yeah, we've not looked into that. But it's true that if you have households where there are multiple adults, there should also be more time to spend with the children. And that is the aspect that has shown to drive child development. Then information on the quality of childcare. So we tried actually. So there are people at the University of Makerere who had set up a particular measure to estimate the quality of childcare. So they've been working on that, including some visits, unexpected visits, to actually see how many children are really in the classes, is the teacher there, what is taught at that moment, etc. But they were still rolling that out at the moment that we wanted to start, and we didn't wait for that. And so the way that we went around it is by letting the parents choose the school they want to send the child to, because there is indeed word of mouth, a lot of information spreads about the schools. But then we're not expecting this to be different between the treated and the control. Because in all cases, it would be the parents choosing the school they want to send the child to. So even in case of the childcare treatment, it was not us telling them this is a good school according to what we heard, but it's really the parents who are deciding the school that they want to send the child to. So in that sense, there is no difference in the information that they can have. Taking a look over different communities, there are only 4 children per village, so it's going to be hard to play around with that. So the difference between the profits and the revenue, so I dropped the final 2 columns of the 4 columns actually of the tables. So what we see is that where there is the investments in the businesses, we see an increase in the assets and we see an increase in the number of employees. So this can explain the difference between revenues and profits, because the difference is the additional costs in terms of running the businesses. And then finally, the long-term effect. So that's clearly not clear in the paper. Sorry about that. So the idea was to say that now we're saying that child development is improving more in the control arm than it is in the cash arm. But of course, this is only after 1 year. While the idea when we started it was really to take a look at what if these children start going to primary school? Yeah. Is there a higher probability they're going to school? Are they doing better? And maybe if cash is generating different effects, maybe in the long term that's even better than the child development. And it was more a way of trying to say that it would be important to have the long term to be able to be very conclusive about it, but we actually can't say that because of the pandemic. So that's that.
Yeah, clear. Thank you. So. Sorry, we are really late on our program, so let's take like 15 minutes for break, okay? Thank you. Okay, for the second part of this first session, we will have 2 papers. The first is Small Firms and Consumers Transport Cost, will be presented by Diana Sverdlin. So Diane, the floor is yours, please. So again, 30 minutes for the presentation, 10 minutes for discussion, and so we will maybe take just 5 minutes for general question. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, thank you very much. I'm very excited to present this paper, this joint work with Daniel Ramos, who's a PhD student at Harvard, and I'm a PhD student at MIT. So let me start with this picture. This is a picture from Mexico, but it could really be a picture from any country in the developing world. And you see many small firms, and that's kind of the motivation of these paper is why do we see so many of these small firms in developing country context? So we're going to be focusing specifically on the retail sector, which is a key sector in the economy of a lot of developing countries, both in terms of the number of people that they employ and also in terms of consumption. So most consumption is being done in the traditional sector. And one interesting thing is that we see different market structures across the world. So in Mexico, for example, which is going to be the focus of this paper, the most common stores for groceries are these traditional mom and pop shops. So they're owner-operated stores, and there's really high density of the stores. So we see 1 store per every 100 people, and that's similar in a place like Indonesia and other developing countries. Whereas in the US, for example, the most prevalent types of firms are convenience stores, which are kind of different in nature. So convenience stores are usually located next to gas stations. Although there are some that are owner-operated, a lot of them are operating many firms in like chains, and density is much lower. So there's only 1 store per every 2,200 people. So in this project, we want to ask why are developing countries characterized by the prevalence of small firms in the retail sector? And we're going to be focusing on one specific explanation, which is a demand-side factor. And specifically, we're going to be talking about consumer transport costs. So we ask, how do increases in consumer transport costs affect the number, the size, and the quality distribution of these small firms in the economy? And although I'll go into more detail here, just thinking broadly why consumer transport cost might matter for the observed market structure is because they determine the relevant market size. So we can imagine as transport costs decrease, consumer bases increase, and so there's greater spatial competition. The opposite is true when we have transport cost increasing, we get more fragmented markets. And so these matters for the number of firms, and the market size also matters for the selection of entering firms. So we can imagine that as market sizes are growing, because there's more competition, the firms that are entering also have higher quality because they can take advantage of economies of scale and serve bigger communities. Okay, so in the paper, we're gonna do 3 things, and today I'm only gonna talk about 2 of them. So first, to try to get at this question of why there are many small firms in developing countries, we're gonna start by laying out a simple spatial model that's gonna link transport cost and market structure. And one key kind of conclusion from this model is that the fact that firms have very low fixed cost of entry is gonna be very important for changes in transport cost affecting the number of entering firms. Then we're gonna turn to an empirical strategy. And, in the past, it's been kind of hard to say a lot of things about a complete sector and to look at very precise shocks because most of the data that we have available is census data. It's not very frequent. We only have it maybe every 5 years with the economic census. But one nice thing that we're able to do in this project is that we partnered with one of the upstream supplier of these mom and pop shops. So we're able to see the universe of firms. And we're gonna use that panel data together with liberalization of the the price of gasoline in Mexico as a natural experiment for changes in consumer transport costs. And what we're going to find is that as transport costs increase, there's going to be an increase in the number of stores in treated municipalities relative to control ones. There's going to be a decrease in the average size of the firms and a decrease in aggregate quality. And I'm going to kind of present some evidence that the mechanism behind these effects is really through the fragmentation of markets and having more localized demand. Then we do model estimation. That part I'm going to skip for today, but that's all in the paper. And then in the third part, which I'll briefly talk about in the end, we're going to look at some welfare implications of regularization program in Mexico City, which basically looks at regulating kind of whether you can operate one of these stores or not. So you have to pay an upfront cost to have the certificate, you have to show documentation. So basically what this program is doing is increasing these fixed costs of entry for firms, and we want to see the implications of that. So we're going to find that there's an important trade-off. When you increase fixed costs, you have less entry, but the firms that are able to enter are of higher quality. And so we want to say something about welfare. And really what we see is that although there's higher quality stores, both consumer and producer surplus decrease according to our model. And in a world with high transportation cost, increasing fixed costs actually has larger negative impacts on welfare. And I'll discuss all of these in the following slides. So for the literature review, we are speaking, I think, broadly to 3 literatures. The first one is constraints to firm growth. So as you all know, and a lot of people sitting in this room have contributed to this literature, we think of supply factors usually as important constraints to firm growth. So maybe firms don't have access to credit, contract enforcement is low, it's hard to employ people outside of the family networks. All these things would imply that it's hard for firms to grow. Here, our contribution is that we actually look at the demand side factors that could be constraining firm growth, and we think that transport costs are actually relevant for explaining market structure. Second, we talk to these literature. These are only some papers. There's, of course, a lot more on firms in the retail sector. Here, we bring in these new micro-level data in the service sector in a developing country. It's nice because a lot of things we know about firms either comes from the manufacturing sector that has a lot of information or from smaller scale RCTs. Here, we're able to see an entire industry in the service sector, irregardless of formality status of the firms. So we think this is a nice contribution of the paper. And then finally, we're just going to talk to the transport cost literature more generally. A lot of the papers have focused on market integration. Here, we're looking at an opposite shock of market fragmentation and seeing whether kind of the effects are symmetric. And because we have these high frequency data, we're able to see a microshock and short-term outcomes. So for the rest of the talk, I'm going to describe a little bit of the context that we're working on. Then I'll lay out the conceptual framework, the data that we're going to use, the empirical analyses, which is going to be divided kind of in 3 sets of results. First, I'll talk about market structure, then the selection of these firms that are entering, and finally, some evidence of these market fragmentation hypotheses. And lastly, time permitting, I'll talk about these Mexico City policy and conclude. Okay, so this is a typical mom and pop shop in Mexico. So a couple of things to note from the picture. You can kind of see that the store is at somebody's house. So you see that there's a garage right next door. You also see that most of the posters that they have, the refrigerators inside, all of those things are given by the upstream supplier. So really the investment to open one of these stores is really low. This one is one in Mexico City, so you find even smaller ones in other parts of the country, bigger ones as well. And they're an important part of the economy. They represent 7% of GDP, and they employ over 80% of total employment in food and beverage. They represent 15% of all micro firms in the country. So really, although there's some higher concentration in the middle of the country, you see them everywhere. And to get a sense of how these firms work, this graph is pretty revealing. So these comes from the economic census, where they ask each of the firms what they're spending money on. So you see that taxes is a very negligible amount of what they're spending on. So most of these businesses are informal. Interest payments are also really low. So not a lot of credit goes into opening these stores. Rent is really low. A lot of them are just opening in their own houses, so they don't have to get a new place to open the store. Wages are very low. Most of them are owner-operated and only have one person working in them. Gasoline consumption is really low. This is because basically the way they restock their stores is that, and this is particular to Mexico, but is also common in a lot of Latin American countries, you have basically 5 or 6 big upstream suppliers that will come directly to these stores, give them the products, and they'll sell them. They'll be coming once every week. And so one of these upstream suppliers is our data provider. Utilities, they pay some cost goes into utilities because they have fridges, they're maintaining soda, cheese products, other things. But basically, most of their expenses just go on buying products, and these are the things that they're reselling. And so just as I've kind of exposed how these firms are important for the economy and important for employment, I also kind of hinted at the fact that they're very important for consumption. So these graph comes from an expenditure survey, and so in the x-axis are the different income deciles, and we see that the bulk of household spendings goes into these traditional stores. So traditional stores are not limited to mom and pop shops. They're also specialty shops, things like butcher shops, tortilla shops, but really mom and pop shops are like 50% of the blue bars. And you kind of see a downward trend as we go up the income distribution. The opposite is true for modern supermarkets, but it's still kind of a much smaller share of income expenditure than it is mom and pop shops. Okay, so our conceptual framework is pretty easy. We think of a city that's divided with n blocks, which we index with I and j. We think of I as the places where people live, and j the places where the shops are located and where people move to shop. We make an assumption that there's going to be at most one mom and pop shop in every block. You can think of these blocks, we can make these blocks as small as possible, so it's not a really stringent assumption. We're thinking of these mom and pop shop owners as having property rights to the store, to the building in that block, and they can either decide to open the store or not. So in each block, we're going to have a mass MI of consumers, and they're going to decide to go to either their same block or to a different block to purchase a homogeneous bundle of price P. And unfortunately, I can't click on the link. But one thing that I want to say is here, P is the same everywhere. And these actually matches the setting very well. So we show price dispersions in traditional shops relative to modern supermarkets. And one interesting thing is that there's actually very, very little price dispersion in traditional shops. So both within a municipality, but also just across the country, there's very little variation. Okay, and a utility for consumer I shopping at J is going to be given by gamma J, so that's just going to be the quality of the store that they go to. And then there's this utility cost from paying price P and transport cost tau from going to I to J. And then we include epsilon ij, which is just an idiosyncratic shock that might make some people more likely to go further from where they live, maybe because they have a family member or they work somewhere else. And these idiosyncratic shocks are distributed Fréchet, which gives us nice interpretation. And so if we solve these model, we get an expression for the share of people going from each location I to each location J. And the relevant part of this expression is that consumers value two things. They value convenience, so they want to go to a store that is close to them, and they value quality. From the firm side, firms are characterized by two parameters. One, the quality of their store, gamma J, and two, the fixed cost Fj that they have to pay to enter. So they'll observe potential demand and make an entry decision. And so the equilibrium in the simple model is just given by a set of firms that open and have positive profits, and then the rest of the firms that don't want to enter because if they did, they would not make profits. And so with this model, we can ask kind of what happens if transport costs increase. And so what we get is that as transport costs increase, markets become more fragmented. So people find it more costly to go elsewhere. And so what we would expect is to see more firms opening. These, of course, I kind of hinted at these in the introduction, but the very relevant thing here is also fixed cost of entry. If you imagine that fixed cost of entry are really, really, really high, then even if people wanted to stay in their own market, demand would not be enough. The size of the market would not be enough to make it profitable to enter. So we need low fixed cost of entry to get these results. Okay, so the data that we have, as I said before, we partnered with the largest bread and snack company in Mexico that supplies products to the universe of mom and pop shops. We can actually compare, you know, the products that they sell are fairly common. It's like bread, cookies, things like that everyone is buying. We can compare the firms in our sample to the firm in the economic census, and we actually see that we have more firms that what the economic census is tracking. So we think that our data really is capturing the whole universe. We have access to 1.5 million mom and pop shops over our whole sample, which is 3 years. We have precise location of where the firms are located. And then most importantly, we have sales data from the upstream supplier to each mom and pop shop. So we don't have final sales to consumers, but we do have these intermediate input purchases. One important thing to say here is that, you know, one worry would be, oh, you know, actually some firms are really good at keeping their inventories, other firms aren't, so input purchases are not really tracking sales very well. But one nice thing about these contexts is that our upstream supplier, our data partner, every week that they go, they check the inventory that the firm has, and every bread that is about to expire, every product that's about to expire, they just exchange for new bread at no cost. So really, you know, a lot of the inventory is on the upstream supplier, not so much on the firms. So we think that this is a pretty good proxy for sales. And so we get 20 million observations. We have monthly data from 2017 to 2020. We only keep from 2020 all the period before COVID, because of course the sector was highly impacted by COVID closures. We have sales in Mexican pesos and then number of items sold. These, in the summary stats we show, that these firms are fairly small. Most of them are informal, around 80%. 60% of them are operated by women. And on average, they have 1.2 workers. Okay, I'm going to skip these, but we match that data with a lot of other data that's relevant for our empirical strategy that I'll describe in more detail. But just to say, you know, RCTs are great, but any information that governments have available for researchers is also really great to be able to complement data sets that we have access to get a fuller picture of what's going on in a country. Okay, so let me jump into the empirical analysis. I'll describe the strategy and then look at these three sets of outcomes. Okay, so we want a shock to consumer transport costs, and so for that, we're gonna exploit the deregulation of gas prices in the last quarter of 2017. So to give a little bit of context, the energy market in Mexico was completely closed before 2015. So the government was the entity responsible for doing all the exploring, extracting, transforming of oil and all its derivatives. And in 2015, they opened the market, and as part of that opening, one of the things that they did was to kind of take away the subsidy to gas prices and let prices fluctuate. So we're gonna use the shock, and we're gonna instrument gas price changes by using, in each municipality, we know where gas stations are located, and we can calculate the distance from each gas station to the closest gasoline distribution center. And the reasoning behind that is that one part of the price that was not taken into account was logistics costs. So once the price is allowed to fluctuate, places that see a larger increase are also the places that are further away from distribution centers, reflecting these additional logistics costs. So we're going to be instrumenting with that. And in the following slides, what I'm going to be showing are just very standard event study regressions, where we have an outcome Y at the municipality and quarter level. We're going to control for municipality and time fixed effects. And then we're going to be comparing places that are near distribution centers to places that are further away to distribution centers. And we're going to control also for a set of baseline characteristics. And we cluster everything at the municipality level. Okay, so the first thing is just showing the first stage. So we see that in fact, before the regulation changed, there were no differences in more heavily treated municipalities than in less treated municipalities. And after the shock, places that were further away from distribution centers see a larger gas price increase. And so this is a variation that we're going to be using in all of our results. And so the first result that we get for market structures is that we see an important an increase in the number of stores. So kind of what is explaining this increase? It's all explained by entry of stores. So these kind of goes in line with our model that once transport costs increase, what we see is a fragmentation of the market, and what we would expect is new firms to enter. Kind of a worry would be if what we were finding were less stores exiting the market, maybe because gas prices might affect them in some other way. So even if the firm is not profitable, they still want to open it, but it's not what we find. So second, we could look at effects on average sales, and we see that firms are decreasing in size. So here again, we want to ask what is explaining these results. And so there's three things that could be going on. One is, households are experiencing these transport cost shock. They might be just spending less money, and so demand is going down. That's why we see these decrease in size. Another thing that could be going on is all these new entrants are just very small because they're just starting out, and so this is explaining the full effect. And the third reason could be just business stealing. So new firms come in, and they take business away from incumbents. And so to check these, what we can do is run these exact same regression, but then just focus on our sample on incumbent firms and see what's happening to them. And when we do these, we find actually very similar results. So almost 75% of the decrease is explained by these business stealing. So a new firm comes in and it's taking business away. So these suggest that consumers are actually highly sensitive to transport costs, and they're willing to change where they shop once they have a store closer to them. We also look at aggregate sales, and although there seems to be a slight decrease at the beginning, that really tempers off and it's not significant. Okay, so the next thing that we are interested in, we know that more firms are coming, all firms are becoming smaller, so kind of we want to get at selection effect. So who are the firms that are entering? And so there's nothing in the data that tells us exactly what is the quality of the firms, but we can exploit the panel nature of our data to get a quality measure. So what we do is that we do something very similar to, you know, value-added literature in education, and we do these fixed effect regression where we take log sales of a store and control for the age of the store, demand effects that could be happening at the locality quarter level. And then we're interested in these gamma J's, which is going to pick up all the other variation that we're attributing to quality. And so we construct these municipality quarter level quality measure, and all the variation in that measure is just going to be driven by the compositional changes. So because in each quarter there's going to be different firms that are operating, we're going to have different aggregate quality. And so we can run the exact same regression to try to see what's happening. And here we see that entering firms.
Sorry, Diane, could
yes.
you conclude, please?
It's not 23 minutes? Okay.
Thank
I didn't conclude. Okay, so we see that quality is decreasing as well. Okay, so last thing that I'll show is kind of some evidence of market fragmentation going on. So we can use expenditure survey to see what's happening to mobility patterns. So we would expect, you know, once these gas prices increase, we would expect people to change the way that they're moving across the city. And we see effects both in the extensive and the intensive margin. So we see less people buying gasoline, more people moving on public transportation. The same is true for intensive margin, so less purchasing of gasoline, a little more consumption in public transportation. And then finally, we can see kind of where the substitution is coming from. Is it people switching from modern supermarkets into mom and pop shop, or is it within mom and pop shop substitution? And so for these, we do two exercises. The first exercise is similar to the one before with gasoline prices. And we see that there seems to be a slight substitution from supermarkets to mom and pop shops, but really it's not significant. And so we don't think that this is what's explaining most of the results. This is not surprising because over 70% of municipalities in Mexico don't have supermarkets. So the substitution channel is not available for a big part of the population. And then the last exercise that we do, within mom and pop shop, column number 5, is we don't know exactly where people are shopping, but what we can do is that for each municipality, we can sample randomly 1,000 households and compute the distance to the closest mom and pop shop. We know that all the mom and pop shops that exist are in fact having positive sales because they're buying from the upstream supplier. And we see an important decrease in distance. We rule out other potential mechanisms. We're concerned that maybe, you know, this is really more of a supply side effect because employment or real wages might be falling. And these just changes kind of the incentives of households to open up new stores, but we're able to rule out all these different mechanisms. So because of time, let me skip this last part. And let me just conclude by saying that increase in transport costs lead to increase in number of stores, and these mostly explained by entry, a decrease in average firm size, which is mostly due to these large business stealing effect, and aggregate quality decreasing, and these because of the positive correlation with fixed cost of entry. So stores that are able to open are the ones that have low setup costs, are also the stores that are not as high quality. As transport costs increase, you know, I have said this already, but firms are able to enter because they have these low fixed cost of entry, and these has important welfare implications that I'm happy to talk more during the break. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very interesting paper. So now I'm calling Louise Guillet for discussing the paper.
That's not my slides. Can you change the slides, please?
So I'm Louise Girouette. I'm an economist at the OECD and a fellow at Columbia University Center for Development Economics and Policy. And I'd like to thank the organizers for having me. I'm very excited to discuss this paper. So thank you, Diana, for a great presentation. I really enjoyed reading the paper, and I think it would deserve an hour and a half of your time next time. So if you get the chance, I think it's really cool. So this is what I have. I think for me, one of the reasons I really like this paper is it addresses a really important question. The big theme is how do, so the specific question is how do transport costs affect the structure of retail markets? And I think the bigger theme is the role of demand in structural change, which is probably a theme that we're all interested in. And I think the really nice thing about this paper is that it addresses this in sort of two ways. One is the idea that markets are complementary, and so we need things to improve in different markets at the same time in order to have a structural change at a bigger level. And so I had in mind this recent job market paper on a very different context that showed that in order for young people to benefit as drivers from the rideshare expansion in the United States, they also needed to have access to credit markets in order to borrow the money they needed to get the shiny cars that they would then ride for these rideshare applications. And then the other part is really this idea that firms, in order for firms to grow, they not only need these sort of supply-side interventions that we tend to think about, but they also need that for a demand to exist in order for them to sell their products or sell their high-quality products and then be able to grow and invest. And I think there are a lot of applications to thinking about this. The other reason that I think this is really cool is this relevant yet original setting. So in this food retail market, which is really relevant for a lot of households in developing countries. And I think it's quite original that we're getting to see a liberalization episode during which prices increased and in fact welfare decreased for households. And then, of course, it's a great complement to this literature that had looked specifically at this retail and food sector. And I think one contribution that you make already, and you could sell this more, is that this point that you made that retail prices within these mom-and-pop stores, in fact, don't change between big cities and more remote areas, which is different from what the Who's Getting Globalized paper shows in other developing countries. I think that's really interesting, and it speaks to the vertical structure of the market with the supplier controlling prices, and that's really interesting. And of course, I think what also makes this paper special, there's a lot to like, so I'll skip a bit on this, but is the amazing data that you have with 1.5 million firms over several years, and you say that this is better than census data, so I think this is very exciting and interesting. And I had a few questions on this. And of course, the fact of that you combine a dynamic model of entry, so using more like traditionally IO methods to answer this development question about structural change. And I think this has implications a bit in the context of climate change, because on the one hand, we have this increase in gasoline prices that is bad for households and for structural change in Mexico. But on the long term, the point that I wanted to make is that on the long term, we're going to see higher gas prices, higher transport costs, at least for this type of transport cost. And so I think this paper also speaks to how we can reconcile the two. So now a bit more comments. So I think my main set of comments is about how we think about the quality of stores. So you ended a bit your presentation on this, so explaining that it's basically a fixed effect from your regression, and you have a lot of observations, so that makes sense. But thinking a bit more about what quality means in these stores. So a few variables that I could think of was maybe hygiene, so how clean the store is, how varied is the assortment, how fresh it is. So you also mentioned that actually it's more the supplier who controls how close the products are to expiry date. But I think there are a few other things that the stores can manage on their own. So I was wondering if you had any data on this. And if you don't, one thing you do, you might have an idea about is assortment, at least from the supplier data, maybe just saying in a given month or something like this, just how many different products the store has. That would be one information. And I think that's interesting because in your model you talk about quality as just the fixed cost of entry. And I think all of these that I mentioned above can actually be sort of thought of as separated between after the fixed cost of entry, there's a fixed cost of operation. So for example, if you want to have a well-lit stores or a well-heated stores or a clean stores, it's you just have to do this regardless of how many sales you make in that day. And then maybe some varying costs as well. And so you might want to think about this, to think about how stores may have some margin of adjustment in light of this. And I think one thing that I understood from the paper, but maybe I got this wrong, is that, in fact, after the increase in the gasoline price, you show that there's no change in the rate of exit of incumbents. And I think this, to me, I would expect higher exit because you would expect some of the bad incumbents to lose business so much that they would have to exit. And so maybe there is some margin of adjustment for them, and they react to this increased competition from the incoming stores by trying to improve their quality. And then my second set of comments is more about the distributional effects. So I think one question I had in mind is that, to me, even though you say that across all the distribution, the income distribution, for each decile, there's always some people who buy gasoline. There are some people who never buy gasoline, and so for them, it's just going to be an increase in the number of stores. So, okay, with a decrease in quality, but just trying to think of how it affects them. And then, perhaps more interestingly, for the firm side of this conference is sort of what happens to all these small business owners. A lot of them are not rich people, so it's really something that got me started. Got me thinking on what's the impact on this on small business owners who are not earning a lot of money already and are actually going to lose sales. And then I had more of a curiosity thing about the even more traditional side of the retail sector, this other category that you show also in the expenditure graph, thinking about maybe street markets, etc. Maybe that's going to also pick up. So of course you may be limited by data, but it would be something that you could think about, at least in terms of the welfare consequences of the reform. And then in terms of counterfactuals, so one thing that I thought about is what's the role of chains in sort of maybe bridging the gap between mom and pop stores and convenience stores. To me, it's a bit of this intervention of a chain that provides a bit of a demand shock in terms of it's easier to get better quality. So here I mentioned one job market paper from a few years ago that looks at exactly these chains effects in the US retail market. So I think that could be an interesting thing to think about, how it reduces, maybe it increases the fixed cost of entry, but increases the quality that stores can provide. And then thinking about the ongoing changes in gas prices. So of course 2020 might be weird for many different reasons, but one thing that happened is that gas prices decreased. So thinking about how you could address that. So I don't know how much, I have 1 minute left. Then that's my last slide. And so it's going back to this vertical relationship between the supplier and the retail stores. I think it's going to be really interesting to think about what are the incentives for the supplier. So I guess the incentives are just to maximize sales, so maybe they don't care about the quality of stores. At the same time, in the long term, they might have some interest in having higher quality stores that provide good quality services to the clients and increasing demand in general. And so I think you might want to address that. That's it for me, thank you. And congratulations on your paper, I think you're going to do really well.
Thank you, Louise. Diane, would you like to react to questions? Or... Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. I I think all the points you made are super interesting, and some things I'm still trying to think about and to get a little more data. Right now, all the sales data that we have is a little bit aggregate, but I know that the upstream supplier does have precise information of what products they're selling, so I think getting at these variety issue is interesting. One thing about the quality measures that I found very interesting that I had in one of the appendix slides is that you could think of these quality also maybe changing as it's something that you can learn over time. So maybe you start as a very small store, not very good, not very clean, not with a lot of products, but something that you improve over time. But actually when we do a correlation plot of our quality measure with age, it's pretty flat. So it doesn't seem like stores are really learning or changing over time. I do think, at least anecdotally, varieties or main margin of differentiation, I think that we're a bit limited by the fact that we only see data from these one upstream supplier, and I think in that sense they're very homogeneous, but maybe the way that they're differentiating each other is because, you know, you go to some of these stores and they have prepared sandwiches that they make at home and they sell. And so those things I think are definitely relevant and something that we're trying to think about for the future. I think that the relationship with the upstream supplier and thinking a bit more about what their incentives are is very fascinating. I had many discussions with them, and one thing that I always found interesting is even when I asked them explicitly why they wouldn't charge different prices in different regions, they always talked about being very concerned about equity and making sure that their products were priced exactly the same everywhere in the country for a reputational issue. And I think there's other papers that have talked about these being very relevant, but I think just thinking through what the implications of having these fixed prices is very important, both, you know, as a policy question, also just from the model perspective. If we get rid of these fixed prices, then the results would also change. So yes, thank you for all your comments.
Thank you, Diana. So let's open the floor to the questions. Yeah, please. Yeah.
It's a really great paper. I have two small questions. The first question is, if you think about demand side effect, and you show how it change with income decile, it also means that change in the income distribution should have effects. No, maybe your time span is too short, but I wonder if you have looked at whether the income distribution have changed in that period. The second question is a more comment is, if you think about what you've shown, that it seems that these stores set the same price, they change the price at the same time. It's kind of a bad news for all the kind of new Keynesian literature on the Calvo pricing and stuff like that, and the demand side effect of monetary policy.
Thank you. Yeah, do you like to ask questions? Michael, please.
Yeah, you can ask.
Okay, that was great. Thank you. Oh yeah, I guess it's not my show. I was hoping to follow up on something Luis pointed out as well, which is I was curious sort of about the economic magnitudes of the first stage. If I remember correctly, it was like 1 log point in distance is 1% change in gas prices. And I was curious both about how you think about that overall, and then also how you think about that in relation to the variation in the elasticity of travel to gas prices across the income distribution, especially when a lot of people at the bottom aren't using it, and we might expect people at the top of the income distribution to have a pretty low elasticity. Thanks.
One last question.
Hi, thanks. So you didn't have a lot of time to talk about alternative mechanisms or ruling them out, but one potential story could be that actually now that the gas prices increase, it's not going to be affordable anymore to commute to a bigger city for formal employment, and you kind of have to become an entrepreneur out of necessity. So I was wondering whether you have some data on commuting costs.
Thank you. I have, please, one last question about the period studied. I have seen from the chart in the paper, there is maybe a significant change in the prices just in 2018. And the prices remain quite stable in 16 and 17. So what is the impact of this evolution on your results? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for all the questions. Okay, so about the income distribution, so in terms of the market structure effects, I guess follow-up question from your question, just to make sure that I understood correctly. When you're asking about the income distribution, you mean from the supply side perspective of, maybe the fact that there's more people that are now opening these stores has an effect, or you mean from the consumption side of households? From the consumption side, yeah. So from the consumption side, we see that most of the effects are concentrated in the lower income distribution. So we did have a table. There's not, because this is income survey, the samples are not huge. So we don't have power to pick up effects across the whole income distribution. But when we separate by below median and above median income, we do find bigger effects for below median income. Yes. Okay, in terms of elasticities and the magnitude, so for the first stage, so I had something that I didn't show, but if we compare places that are the closest to distribution centers and places that are the furthest away, which is around like a 500-kilometer distance or a little bit more, then the magnitude is like an 8% different in gas prices. So it's not minor. And then in terms of the elasticity, I think so in the model estimation part, one of the relevant parameters is this theta parameter that tells us exactly how sensitive people are to consumer transport costs. And there we estimate that elasticity. We only do it for the general sample. We haven't done it across the income distribution, but for that we get estimates of around 11, which is much larger than other studies that have found like in the order, there's another study for Mexico that looks at this elasticity and finds an order of magnitude of around 5. I would say this is not super surprising because in that study what they look at is commuting cost for work. Here we're looking at commuting cost for retail shopping, and so people do seem to be very sensitive to where they're going. Then for thinking about, so about the mechanisms, so one worry we had was exactly that maybe, how do we think about these F? And so here, a lot of the things that I discussed is we're thinking about these F as rents, setup costs, but really F could be just the opportunity cost of people, and that might be changing by changes in the formal employment. So we have data from the Social Security, which includes the universe of everyone working as a formal employee. And there we check both for wage effects and for employment effects, and we don't see any changes. Of course, that's nominal wages, not real wages. So we also have access to CPI data, and we look at general changes in prices, and we don't find a differentiated change in prices in treated versus controlled municipalities. So that's how we're able to rule that out. And then for prices, do you mean, so prices in the stores aren't changing. The prices that are changing are the gas prices that are changing. So before the regulation changed, the fact that no prices are changing just ensures that our strategy is valid because we don't think that there's other things going around in treated versus controlled municipalities. And then after the shock, it's exactly the fact that in some places, gas prices are going up by more, the thing that's explaining the effects that we see on market structure.
Thank you, Diana.
Thank you.
Let's move to the last paper of the session. Self-employment within the firm, to be presented by Alessandra Peter.
All right, thanks a lot to the organizers for including their own paper on the program. No, just kidding. It's great to be here. This is joint work with Vittorio Bassi, Tommaso Portio, Isa Huzad Brack, and then two fantastic grad students, Jay and Radvika. So really in this specific setting and audience, I probably don't have to motivate this paper very much, but let me still quickly go through this. So if you take a snapshot of firms in developing countries and compare them to sort of the same snapshot in, say, the US, the first thing that's going to stand out is that firms are on average small. In addition, firms tend to grow very little over their life cycle, again, compared to their US counterparts. Now, why do we care about this? So why are we having this conference? Well, first of all, there are many reasons why we think just the small size per se could lead to lower aggregate productivity through selection effects, technology adoption, and the like. But also, we typically tend to think of the small observed size of firms as being indicative of there being some sort of frictions that constrain firm growth. And there's a large literature that has explored several of these frictions that are mostly, we're going to summarize them as being constraints external to the firm. So these could be limits, problems in hiring, so they can't really, like what Imran talked about, they can't really observe the skills of the applicant. It could be credit markets, or it could be transport costs, like we just saw in a previous paper. Yet it seems like, and we saw that a little bit actually in Imran's graph earlier, that the effects that have been found in RCTs and other policy interventions from removing these external frictions tend to be relatively small. And what we're going to do in this paper is offer sort of one additional explanation for why firms are small and don't grow, and that might also help us shed light on sort of why these interventions don't tend to be the magic bullet that we thought maybe they were. And here we're really going to be focusing on the internal organization of the firm. And the key idea is that if there's barriers to specializing within the firm, then that's going to endogenously create low returns to scale at the firm level, and the outcome is going to be small firms. And this view of the firm is a little bit in contrast to the typical view, especially kind of in the firms and development literature, where we tend to think of the productivity of the firm really inheriting the entrepreneur's abilities, so it's their kind of Z or A in the models, and hence being able to scale up. Now, in the extreme case, if you can't specialize at all, a firm really is nothing more than a collection of self-employed individuals, each with their own productivity. And so there's going to be no scope to leverage the ability, which leads to kind of very small returns to scale. Okay, so let me tell you what we actually do in this paper. So we're going to start with measurement. And here we actually design a novel survey to measure labor specialization in Ugandan manufacturing firms. There we're going to show that owners and employees of the firm actually have remarkably similar time uses within the firm. Although we're going to take this kind of as given for the purpose of the model, we want to think a little bit about the mechanism behind the low specialization, and we're going to use heterogeneity across sectors to shed light on that. And in particular, we're going to show that we think that one reason it is hard to specialize is because products tend to be very customized, and that makes it very difficult to unbundle the production task. Then to kind of think about the data and policy counterfactuals, we're going to develop and estimate a model of specialization, firm size, and occupational choice. The key focus of the model really is on the within firm kind of allocation of workers to tasks, which is going to happen subject to unbundling costs. And here I'll sort of talk about this in a little bit more detail, because in this setup, really, this unbundling cost is going to affect what even is a firm in this setting. And we'll show you we can span anything from literal self-employment to the standard kind of Lucas model. We'll embed this into an otherwise fairly standard dynamic model that has, with learning, occupational choice, and asset accumulation. And then we're going to use this cool microdata from the beginning to estimate the model. And we're going to find kind of two things. First, that it looks like in the estimated model, we're actually very close to self-employment within the firm. So at least in this setting, firms are small because they have these large unbundling costs and not vice versa. So what is a firm in our setting? Really, it's just a way to share fixed cost, not really much about leveraging talent. One of the biggest policy kind of conclusion we then draw from this is if you think of any other intervention to promote growth, such as dropping cash, relaxing credit constraints, then that's going to have very muted returns if you have these endogenously decreasing returns. Okay. I'm going to skip the literature interest of time. I think we had a just very nice summary in the previous presentation. So let me give you a quick overview of the survey. We're going to survey manufacturing firms in Uganda. The sample is really based on some of Vittorio's earlier work. The survey is going to cover 3 sectors: carpentry, welding, grain milling. Why these 3 sectors? Well, they're, first of all, a fairly big share of manufacturing employment. And in these sectors, you do have firms of all sizes. So we're actually able to kind of look at how specialization changes with size. We use their baseline and then do 2 follow-ups in which we ask very detailed questions on time allocation within the firm and how production is done. So just since this is a mostly development audience, to give you a rough sense of what kinds of firms we're talking about. So these firms are small but not tiny. So on average, they have about 5 employees in carpentry and welding, slightly bigger in grain milling. These are established firms that, for the most part, have a formal license. Now, demand in this setting is really informal, in the sense that about half of the customers that come to the firm every day are known to either the owner or the employee before the transaction. And most importantly, production is made to order. So about 3/4 of sales are made to order, meaning I go there, I order something, which is then produced. Okay, so let me quickly show you 3 key facts on the allocation of talent, first within and then between firms. So first, I want to argue that there's limited specialization between owners and employees. And the way I'm going to do this is by dividing the tasks of the firm into several categories. Now, most of the time, by everyone combined in the firm, is spent on production, almost half of their time. So that's physically producing doors. Now, here the graphs all sum to 100% and are meant to visualize the amount of specialization between the owner and an average employee. If we were at 50% here in the middle of the line, it would mean that on average, we do equal amounts of production. So you see here that it is true that employees are a little bit more engaged in actual production, but the difference is not huge. We're not very far away from 50%. About 15% of the time is just spent being idle, so we have that in there. And the rest of the activities we're going to label as non-production activities. So to give you a sense of what that is, those are going to be things like dealing with customers, but also negotiating with suppliers and so on and so forth. So here we do see that this tends to be done slightly more by the owner, as one would expect, relative to the employees. But again, we're not really far from 50%. There are, of course, some activities within the firm that are mostly done by the owner. So for instance, supervising and training workers is really something that the owner does. But overall, that's a very small fraction of the total tasks done within the firm. It's on the order of 7%. Okay. Now, going forward, I'm going to classify tasks into 3 categories: idle, which we're going to just leave out, and then production tasks and non-production tasks that we're also going to call complex or managerial. So first, I showed you there's limited specialization between workers and owners, and now you might wonder, how does this vary with the size of the firm? And here, I'm showing you a graph of the share of the time in these complex or non-production activities as a function of firm size, separately for owners and for employees. So for employees, you see there's not much of a relationship with firm size. They always spend about 20% of their time doing non-production activities. For firm owners, you do see an increase in firm size, as you would expect. In larger firms, there's more specialization, but it's still not massive. So while in small firms, owners spend about 60% of their time producing, that number is still 40% in kind of the largest firms in our sample. Yeah. So those are the 2 facts I wanted to show on allocation of time within the firm. So now let's think a little bit about across firms. Here, what I'm showing you is the allocation of talent between occupations. So on the left-hand graph, I'm showing the distribution of years of schooling or skill, and on the right-hand side, age. The dark bars are the owners, the light ones are the employees. So the main thing you can see here is that, yes, it's true that on average, owners are more educated than employees, but really the distributions aren't that different. On the other hand, it's really age that sets them apart. So owners are on average much older than employees, but on other more fixed characteristics, they seem to be much more similar. And that's reflected in the life cycle of individuals. So if you go around and you ask these owners, which we did in the survey, what did you do before becoming a firm owner? Almost 60% of them were employees in the same sector, rather than kind of coming in as a manager. Okay. Now, for the purpose of the model, we're going to take the limited specialization as given and just try to kind of replicate it with our model. But let me kind of spend just 3 minutes on trying to give you a sense of what we think lies behind the specialization, this limited specialization, and we'll do that by looking at kind of the sectors separately. So I told you the 3 sectors are carpentry, welding, and grain milling. Here's the main product produced by each of these firms. It's going to be a 2-panel door, a window, or flower. So just from kind of looking at these products, you can already kind of gauge that the doors and windows are much more customized. There's kind of 700 ways of doing the different sizes and dimensions, whereas products are much more standardized in grain milling. And that's what we're going to think of as underlying kind of how easy or hard it is to specialize. So in particular, what we want to argue is that it's really these product characteristics that make it hard or easy to unbundle production tasks. So what do we mean by that? Well, for instance, if you look at carpentry and welding, there's a much larger price dispersion for the main product, meaning there's a lot more heterogeneity in kind of what is produced by the firm relative to grain milling. Now, consistent with that, owners do say that they charge different prices for their output to different consumers because they're customized. The door I sold to kind of Vito is different to the one that I sold to Tommaso. That's not really true in grain milling. Now, coming back to sort of specialization within the firm and how that relates to this, one kind of clear way to see that this ability, the product characteristics really feature or carry over into the ability to unbundle tasks is if you look at the share of workers performing independent orders. So that's literally, I work for Vittorio, but my cousin comes to me and I'm just going to use the premises. This is something that's fairly prevalent in carpentry and welding, but not so much in grain milling. So to summarize, we view as carpentry and welding actually look remarkably similar along these margins, and we view this as a sector that's characterized by customization. What do we mean by that? It turns out that the identity of the person producing, so who made my door, is very important. Why are sales made to order? Because I need to tell that person exactly what I want my door to look at. In grain milling, products are much more standardized. I don't really care who actually milled the grain. Why is stuff still made to order? That's because I typically bring my own grain to the mill to be milled, but who does the rest really is less relevant. So consistent with that, I'll quickly show you that the facts that I showed you previously, 1 and 3, are much stronger in the customized sector carpentry and welding than they are in grain milling. So this is the same plot I showed you before, but now split by sectors. I know there's a lot going on, but just the main point of this is to show that the green and the blue, which are carpentry and welding, look fairly similar, but different from red, which is grain milling. Different how? Well, first of all, employees spend a little bit less time doing managerial abilities. Owners spend a lot more, and in particular, the relationship with firm size is a lot stronger. This is the same graph with the years of schooling I showed you before. So consistent with there being kind of much more specialization, it makes a much bigger difference for your day-to-day life, whether you're the owner or the employee. You see a much larger difference in the identity of who becomes an owner. So here, the green and the blue, again, are carpentry and welding, and that's the same kind of logic that I showed you before. In terms of years of education, owners and workers don't look that different. In carpentry and in grain milling, the two are really spread apart. So if you just look at the red bars, owners are much more, have much higher levels of schooling than employees. And the flip side of that is that this pattern that most employees tend to be workers in the same sector, so really the same person but just older, really doesn't hold in grain milling, where most people owned another firm or came in from somewhere else. Okay, how am I doing on time? Perfect. Okay, before I jump into the model, let me quickly summarize what I tried to show you in the data and why we kind of now need a model. So I hope to have convinced you that in the data we see at least limited labor specialization within firms between owners and workers and between occupations, at least in carpentry and welding. Now, this simple observation raises kind of 3 important questions, all of which need a model to be answered. The first one really is a measurement question. How small is this labor specialization in carpentry and welding? What should we expect? And so on and so forth. The second one is a counterfactual question. What are the aggregate implications of limited specialization within the firm? And then within the estimated model, we can also think about policy. So how does limited specialization and those decreasing returns shape returns of development interventions? So to do that, we're going to develop and estimate a quantitative model. So the focus, and really that's what's new in this paper and what I'll spend kind of most of the 15 minutes on, is thinking about the assignment of workers to tasks within the firm that's going to give rise to an endogenous firm productivity. So output is going to be linear in labor, but the productivity Z is going to be endogenous to what I have everyone do in the firm. The key idea is that tasks can be delegated to people within the firm depending on their comparative advantage, but it comes at an unbundling cost. And then we're going to embed this into an otherwise fairly standard dynamic model that has an occupational choice, learning, asset accumulation. I won't spend kind of much time on that. So let me explain our view of the production process or how the firm works with an example. So if you want to sell a door, you have to perform a series of tasks. You have to find a customer, you have to talk to them, you have to bargain the price, you have to find an input supplier and buy the inputs. You operate the machines, you finish the product, but then you also have to sweep the floor, organize, and clean up. Some of these tasks are easier, some of them are more complex. The key assumption we're going to make is that the revenues that come out of the production process depend on the ability of the person completing the complex tasks. So for the final price you get for the door, it doesn't matter who swept the floor afterwards. We're all roughly equally good at that. But if the person who negotiated the price with the customer is not very good at negotiating the price, well, then you're going to get low revenues for that door. So we're now going to order these tasks by complexity, and in the model there's going to be a fixed share of them that are more complex than others. So with the example before, negotiating with customers is just a little bit harder than sweeping the floor. Now suppose there's a firm that has two individuals. It's me and Vittorio, we run a firm together with abilities Z1 and Z2. Suppose in the baseline we both produce one door. Then the overall revenues, sort of my door will be worth my level of productivity, Vittorio's door will be worth his. The overall output of the firm is simply going to equal the sum of the two. Or if you think of this productivity notation, it's going to be our average Z. So what's the productivity of the firm? It's the average between me and Vittorio. But now suppose that Vittorio is more skilled than me. So he has a comparative advantage in skill-intensive tasks. So now what we can do is delegate or trade tasks with each other. So I'm going to do some of his floor sweeping, and he's going to do some of my finishing. So that's exactly this notion of unbundling tasks and delegating within the firm. So what's the benefit of doing that? Well, now notice that Vittorio's output is unaffected. He still does all his complex tasks. But my output is now going to be a weighted average of my and his productivity, where the weights just depend on how much complex tasks I do versus Vittorio. So that's the benefit of doing so. All of this comes at an unbundling cost that we're going to denote with kappa. So that's the one kind of Greek letter I want you to keep track of for the rest of the presentation. So kappa captures, for instance, the idea that, Imran is my customer. We discuss exactly the details of the door. Now I tell Vito to do it. Some of it gets lost in translation. Okay. All right. So this was kind of a two-person example to motivate this. More generally, an owner of a firm is going to choose a pairwise assignment of complex tasks. So for each pair of workers and also owner-worker pairs, they're going to figure out how many of Vito's complex tasks does Alessandro do and vice versa. All of this is done to maximize the overall firm productivity. Given that, the owners then choose firm size to maximize output, which is this endogenous productivity term, minus wage payments to everyone I hire, and -1, since I don't pay myself a wage, minus this kind of term chi-n over here. What is chi-n? Chi-n really stands in for any other production costs that we haven't directly measured. So you can think of this as machines, rental of the premises that you work at, but also any other sorts of frictions that might keep firms small in this environment. Okay. The rest of the model is fairly standard. There's going to be an occupational choice. Every period you can choose to be an owner or a worker. If you set up a new firm, you pay a one-off entry cost, K. The choice, of course, is going to depend on two things. What's my comparative advantage in complex tasks? So that might be a reason to open a firm. And it's going to depend on my level of assets, so how easily can I pay the fixed cost. There's going to be two sources of dynamics in the model. One is the ability Z, so my ability is going to evolve endogenously by how many complex tasks do I do and how smart is the firm owner I work for. In order to capture asset accumulation, there might be tons of other reasons why it takes time for you to set up a firm. We're also going to have a cost of capital that evolves exogenously. But that's, I'll keep the description at that. Okay, so what do we get out of this model? The key kind of trade-off at the heart of this model relates to the question of how many complex tasks does Alessandro delegate to Vittorio? The marginal benefit of delegating tasks is the skill difference between me and Vittorio. The cost of delegating is a function only of the person delegating. So how many tasks overall do I give to other people? This gives rise to an order within the firm. So first, we're going to delegate everything to the highest ability individual of the complex tasks. That, in equilibrium, turns out to typically be the owner. So let me illustrate this graphically. So if these are all the employees within the firm. On the horizontal axis, on the vertical axis, I'm plotting the share of time on complex tasks. D is the sort of overall fraction that's complex. Here you can see that the firm owner, Vittorio here, here's the most skilled. He spends kind of more than his share D on complex tasks because he took over some of mine, whereas workers delegate a little bit to Vittorio. So all of the workers here are going to delegate some of their tasks to Vittorio. Now what happens if the cost of delegation becomes lower? Well, clear, there's going to be more specialization in the firm. Everyone's going to give a little bit more tasks to Vittorio, so his time spent on complex stuff goes up. Now, as a result, because more stuff gets delegated to Vittorio, firm productivity, keeping everything else constant, goes up, since there's more weight on Vittorio's. So in equilibrium, what you'll get is bigger firms and a higher return to entrepreneurial ability here, to Vittorio's ability. So really, I think this model kind of highlights that we should carefully think about what a firm even is in a context like this. And I think here, our model kind of nicely spans two cases that maybe the literature has thought about. So first of all, if this specialization kappa, cost kappa goes to 0, we're basically back in the Lucas world. Everybody delegates all complex tasks to the owner, so the firm productivity is just productivity of the owner. That's the way we're kind of often used to modeling things. There's super high returns to managerial skills here because everybody who works for Vittorio inherits his kind of great ideas and productivity. It's really a non-rival world where he has some great idea. The only reason firms are kind of not infinitely big is because there's some other decreasing returns to scale through this kind of chi function. What's a firm here? It really allows entrepreneurs to leverage their talent in addition to, of course, sharing the fixed cost. The other extreme is if the delegation cost goes to infinity. Then our model literally boils down to self-employment within the firm. What's firm productivity? It's just the average of everyone working in the firm. Everybody does their own door, start to finish. There's super low returns to managerial skill because if Vito hires me or I work for someone else, it really doesn't matter because my output is always just tied to my productivity. So really, there are these internal returns to scale. What are firms in this setup? They're really just a vehicle to share fixed cost, that's all. The only reason we work together is because we only need kind of one premise. Okay, now all of these statements now are partial equilibrium to kind of prove to you that we're macroeconomists. Let me give you the one proposition we can show in the aggregate, and then I'll spend the last maybe 5 minutes on the quantification. So just for the sake of being able to do some closed form proof, let's suppose there's no learning, no asset accumulation. Then we can show that a decline in the unbundling cost, so if it's easier for me to delegate tasks to Vittorio, first, like obviously leads to an increase in labor specialization. In all firms, kind of owners are more specialized. Because more of the complicated tasks are done by Vittorio, the returns to his managerial ability goes up. As a result, he's going to choose a bigger size because each kind of marginal worker is going to be more productive. Now, in order for the labor market to still clear, of course, with bigger firms, there's going to be fewer entrepreneurs. So the average ability of everybody who owns a firm is going to go up. This is going to raise aggregate productivity and manufacturing wages. Okay. All right. In the remaining few minutes. Perfect. Let me briefly give you an overview of the quantification. So note, I'll start with the bottom. The estimation is still very much work in progress. We'd welcome any feedback, so what I'll show you today is sort of a rough numerical exploration. But before I get there, sort of what's the goal of doing this quantification? Well, first we want to understand what's kind of the aggregate cost of kappa 0. How, like in the data, are we closer to Lucas or are we closer to self-employment within the firm? And then in particular, we want to think about policy. So how do the returns from lowering this cost of firm size depend on what we estimated for the productivity? So the nice thing about the setup of the model is that we can essentially separate the within firm problem from everything else. So all of this assignment within the firm problem, which is going to involve the kappa, but like other things, we can separately solve by exactly matching the data we have on time spent on managerial activity and that relationship with firm size. So we can match that perfectly. All of the other parameters, so what's the cost of size, how does learning work, everything like that is going to be just pinned down with a standard simulated method at the moment to match in particular this third fact that I showed you in the beginning, which is the talent allocation between firms, who becomes an owner, who stays a worker. Okay. So since we can match the within firm block separately, we basically get a perfect match. So here, this is just a repetition of that graph I showed you kind of at the beginning. Now, because they're so similar, we're bundling carpentry and welding together, contrasting it with grain milling. So we match exactly the fact that in grain milling, workers spend a little bit less time managing, the owners spend more, and there's a steeper slope with firm size. Okay, so now, what do we want to do with this estimated model? So what I'm showing you here is the following exercise. Start from the calibration that matches carpentry and welding, sort of the least specialized sector. Now take this unbundling cost and vary it. How much do we want to vary it by? Well, it's not kind of something that's directly interpretable. That's why we're going to vary it to kind of from 0 to the level that we estimated for grain milling, to get kind of a rough sense of what this looks like in the data. So, of course, kind of the first thing to notice is the model makes sense. So if the cost of unbundling is lower, you get larger firms, you get more specialization, you get higher ability managers on average, and aggregate consumption goes up. But now, there are really kind of two main takeaways apart from that from the figure. First one is that the economy, the estimated economy in carpentry and welding is actually very close to self-employment within the firm, to a case where kappa 0 goes to infinity. So how can you see that in the graph? Kappa 0 going to infinity is exactly sort of 1 over kappa 0 being 0, so we're on the left-hand side here. Now just take, for instance, firm size. In the data, and that's what we match in carpentry and welding, firms have about like 5.5 employees. Now, if we were to completely shut off specialization, that would go down as like 5.2 employees. That's almost the same. So that's the sense in which, through the lens of the model, the world really almost looks like self-employment within the firm, and so firms are really not much more than a vehicle to share fixed cost. The second thing is if you compare, again in the firm size, the difference between the average firm size at carpentry and welding versus grain milling, this tells you that really the difference in firm sizes across sectors can be explained only with the delegation cost. So the only thing we're kind of changing going from left to right is that delegation cost. The fact that we almost perfectly match or even actually slightly overshoot the difference in sizes across sectors tells us that that really seems to be the key driving force between the two sectors rather than the other way around. And then the last slide I will show you before I conclude is this policy experiment that I've kind of been alluding to. So what we want to do here is the following thought experiment. So say we come in and we design this RCT that just drops a bunch of cash or relaxes credit constraints on firms. And we're going to do that in carpentry and welding, and we're going to do that in grain milling. So in an economy where there are strong internal decreasing returns to scale, one where there's not. So the results here are shown in the graph. Again, grain milling is in red, carpentry and welding is in blue. Ignore the wiggles of the line, that's just evidence that this is still work in progress. But basically, here we're normalizing everything to 0, so it's just relative to the baseline calibration in carpentry and grain milling. The only thing now we're varying is the cost of firm size. And you see throughout that the effect in grain milling, so in an economy with low delegation costs, is much bigger. It's true for the size of the firm, it's true for specialization, it's true for the selection, and it's true for consumption. Specialization in particular is interesting because that gets a bit at the question of, are firms not specialized because they're small or vice versa? Here you see that just increasing the size of the firm also has a much bigger effect on specialization per se. 1 minute, perfect. When the delegation cost is small. So really, the effects from relaxing these decreasing returns to scale are much smaller in carpentry and welding. The big takeaway here is that if we live in an economy where firms are merely a vehicle to share fixed costs, there's no opportunity really for the owners to leverage their talent by specializing on complex tasks, then there are fairly low returns to growth policies because you have the strong source of decreasing returns to scale. Okay. With that, let me quickly conclude. So the idea we're after in this paper is really that specialization of labor within the firm is an important ingredient to leverage the talent of high-ability individuals within the economy. So how do we get sort of a given distribution of talent or ability to have the biggest aggregate impact? So in low-income countries, it seems to be that even generic manufacturing is customized. So that the carpenter and the welder here in our data looks a lot more like a hairdresser would in the US, like personalized services would. So unbundling tasks is costly. What did we do? We first documented limited specialization in the firm using newly collected microdata. We then developed a model of task allocation within the firm where really the level of the unbundling cost determines what even a firm is. And then third, we are in the process of estimating the fully dynamic model to study in particular this two-way relationship between specialization and firm size and how that might help us think about policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandra. So this paper will be discussed by Joanne Boyen. Please.
Okay, so thank you so much for having me discuss this paper. I think this is a really, really interesting paper. It makes a lot of progress on many different sides. So it shows some completely new empirical results. I think it's the first paper where we have information about the allocation of workers to tasks and not just, the time use of the CEO, but actually how much time workers spend on different parts of the production process. Can I have my slides, please? Thank you. No? Ah, wonderful. Thank you so much. That's great. Okay, so a fantastic project. So you have original microdata on task assignments within firms in multiple industries. You have a new theory of the firm, which is super interesting and very pertinent, I think, also to the context that you're studying. And then you have a quantification exercise. So just to review very briefly, so the empirical evidence is about, in particular, labor specialization in two types of industries. So I would call them kind of one set of industries I would call artisanal manufacturing. So here this is carpentry and welding. And then on the other hand, there is kind of scalable manufacturing, so milling. And the paper finds that, first of all, there's much stronger labor specialization in scalable manufacturing, in milling, than in artisanal manufacturing. In artisanal manufacturing, the owner of the firm is still doing a lot of the production process. In grain milling, this is much less the case. And then also the elasticity of labor specialization with respect to size is much higher in scalable manufacturing. So in artisanal manufacturing, it's much harder, it seems to be harder to break down the production process. So then the paper presents a theory where it's effectively a theory of the internal organization of the firm, where there's a production line for each worker, and kind of the owner is also a worker. So, and then kind of you have to perform a series of these tasks. Okay, so there are complex tasks and non-complex tasks, and the complex tasks can be delegated to other workers. Okay, and then the firm organization emerges endogenously both from the distribution of skills of the owner and of the workers, and in particular and very importantly from the presence of these delegation costs, which effectively are transaction costs within the firms. Okay, and then there's also scale economies that are coming through in this model through the purchase of intermediate inputs, and that's also affecting the scale of operations of the firm and the division of labor. And then there's a quantification exercise where the authors are trying to match kind of these within industry moments to the model, and study effectively what happens if you were to try to increase the scale of these firms, for instance, by giving credit to them or by buying from them. Okay? So I'm not going to maybe summarize the empirics in more detail because Alessandra has talked about this very clearly. So I want to really, I think this is absolutely terrific because I think this paper is really getting at one of the core issues, what I believe is one of the core issues in the problem of industrial development. And that's the role of scalable technologies. Okay? So here I've kind of called these artisanal versus scalable manufacturing. So artisanal manufacturing is something where the output is very customized to a particular buyer. Okay? So here in the left picture, you can see that's a door that has some stained glass windows, which is actually coming from the website of a company in the UK. If you want to have a door with some stained glass windows in there, according to some specifications, you have to go to an artisanal manufacturer. You cannot buy the stuff at IKEA, right? So then artisanal manufacturing produces output that varies in quality and in a way that depends on the skill of the workers. A master craftsman is producing a better door, a door that fits better, that looks more beautiful and so on than a poor craftsman. And then the third characteristic is that to some extent, artisanal manufacturing is differentiated in a way that is according to the identity of the maker. So for instance, I could go out and buy a suit that was made by a particular tailor, by a particular craftsman, and maybe that's, I have a higher valuation over that, or I want to kind of signal my status. Or I could go to a restaurant and eat a meal that was prepared by a very famous chef. So the identity of the maker also, for some reason, matters in artisanal manufacturing. Okay? Now, this is something that is a particular type of industry that per se exists both in developed and in developing countries. Now, the existence of artisanal manufacturing is not necessarily indicative of market frictions of a development problem, right? So, I mean, in fact, like these pictures here about, this beautiful door, and this other one is kind of this very standardized door for just 40 quid that you can buy on the internet. That's kind of, very plain. Okay? Both of those pictures are from the UK, right? So the presence of this artisanal manufacturing is not necessarily, indicative of a development problem. Okay? And likewise, these facts that Alessandro showed that the owner is involved in the production process is also not necessarily indicative of market frictions, right? You could have that, the worker actually being engaged in a production process could be related to skill transfer, right? So there are a couple of facts in the paper that relate to workers actually learning something on the job when they work in carpentry and welding. And maybe in order for me to learn very well, I need to have, the master next to me, and the master is teaching me, and he's also kind of doing some of the production process himself. Okay? Another reason for why the owner, another reason for imperfect division of labor could be that exactly this problem of contracting on worker identity, right? I want to buy a suit that is made by the master tailor himself that happens to be also the owner of that manufacturing workshop. Okay? And then, there could be perhaps even some non-pecuniary benefits of task allocation related to the identity of who you are. Okay? I'm a carpenter, I'm opening up my own workshop, but I still enjoy carpentry, and I'm saying, okay, I'm not going to engage 100% in management, even if I could. I'm not going to have a perfect division of labor, just because, this is what I am, this is what I do. Okay? So that you could model in different ways, but these would all be kind of frictions, would all be, reasons for why you would not want to have a perfect division of labor. So in some ways, there is this big question, is artisanal versus scalable manufacturing, is that a choice about the industry or the product that you're engaging in? Or is it a choice about the technology that you choose for a particular output for doors? So kind of the doors that you're producing are pretty much the same, they're plain white doors, but you could produce that in a production line on a large scale, or you could have a bunch of people, working together with a couple of machines, and you do this kind of on a small scale. So, or is it maybe, just the organizational choice, right? So the paper in some ways seems to come down more on the industry side. So this is kind of a choice, there's a particular characteristic of a product, and if you're in carpentry and welding, then you're using these production technologies. If you're in grain milling, then this is one of the most scalable technologies, right? But in principle, you could think of this stuff also be just a technology choice, okay? And then, and this is kind of very much related to this older literature about the big push and the adoption of industrial scale technologies, is what are the barriers to entering these very scalable technologies, right? So maybe we can reduce the problem of industrial development to, we need to move away from artisanal small-scale manufacturing to something, that we can produce on a large scale, maybe on average at a lower cost. And then what are the barriers? Why are firms not adopting these very large-scale industries? And this is going back to kind of debate. I've recently been reading a lot of papers from the management literature and books, by business historians. This is, I think, to some extent, it could be related to demand conditions, but it could also be very much related to supply conditions. So the role of productive and organizational capabilities. Maybe the situation is that if I'm a carpenter, okay, I understand maybe the market for doors relatively well. I understand, even how to make these things. But I don't have the capabilities to actually draw up a whole production line, because for that I would need to have an industrial engineer, a production engineer that understands, how to divide these things into different steps done by different machines, almost by themselves, quality assurance on a very large scale, this kind of stuff. Okay, so that would be a separate set of productive capabilities that maybe no one in that small scale workshop actually has. And maybe there is no market for production engineers for whatever reason. That could be a market friction. And that's why these things are not coming together. On the other hand, if you just have a production engineer, maybe they're not going to enter the door market because they have no clue about whether there is actually a market for doors. Okay? So maybe there's this issue of bringing these two things together. So this is maybe not exactly related to the paper, because the paper is really talking about within industry, division of labor. All I'm saying is maybe kind of where the big money is trying to move people into industries or into technologies that allow these very scalable technologies. Okay? So we also have recently a number of papers that talk about with the division of labor within technologies in a way that is related to the level of development. So I have some work with Ezra Overfield, for instance, where we're looking at India, and we're finding very strong relationship between the division of labor, not in the same way as Alessandro was talking about within the plant, but across plants, and that in particular in very well-developed regions, there is a much larger fragmentation of this production across plants. Okay? So maybe this is indeed indicative of some market frictions. Okay? So in some ways, the question that I would like to ask is, can you say something about this problem? Can you say something about, is it technology? Are there any market frictions? Are there frictions that are external to the firm? So the delegation, in some ways, is a friction. It's a transaction cost. But is this something that we can directly address with policy? Or kind of what are the dimensions where we can actually try to improve things? Okay? So in some ways, is this a development paper? And it's completely fine if the answer is no. Is this a development paper just because these industries are very prevalent in developing countries? Or is there something that we can actually address with policy? So on the micro side,
sorry,
I think,
John, you have to conclude.
Okay, I'll summarize these things if I just have one more minute. So I think the theory is super interesting. It's cool. I love new models. Kind of the standard view in organizational economics to talk about the division of labor within the firm, or one standard view, is to talk about knowledge hierarchies. And this model is very similar to knowledge hierarchies, Laricano, in some ways, and different in others. And how can the data help us distinguish between these theories? How are these theories related, and how are they different? Okay? I have a couple of other, smaller points. One is about the actual assignment problem. So it seems that here what really matters is the absolute advantage of the workers, and that's the result of a number of different assumptions. Whereas if you were to let the workers trade, the tasks, then things would be based on comparative advantage. And you can actually even break these assumptions. So for instance, Kramer's famous paper on the O-ring, right? You want to put workers together that have very similar skills, right? So in that sense, you know, the very, very micro of these things, of these assumptions actually matter a lot. And I wanted to know whether your data can actually help us learn about this particular problem. And then the very last thing is that, so here, you know, in your model, the skill was very much a managerial skill, right? But then at the same time, you know, it seems to be that managerial skill is not the only thing that matters, because you're also learning on the job while you're working in carpentry, and you present some beautiful evidence about these things, right? So, and some of the skill transfer is related to the actual practical skills of carpentry, right? So, is it managerial skill? You know, you map complex tasks to managerial skills, but other things also clearly matter for the startup decision. Again, your data is absolutely amazing in that regard, okay? So, is skill two-dimensional? Does it need to be two-dimensional? And what's the relative importance of these two? Okay, so I'll stop. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great paper.
Okay, Alison, you want to interact with Joanne?
Sure. Wait, is that on? No? Yes? Now? Okay, cool. Yeah, let me just take like 30 seconds because I want to open up for question. Thank you for a fantastic discussion. I have like pages of notes, so I won't be able to respond to even a fraction of it. Point well taken on the dimension of ability. We've looked at the same kind of a measure of complexity within the production tasks. The result look very similar. I think after seeing your discussion, we might want to think about combining them into one index. The micro of the assignment, like yes, we can do a lot with the data, and we actually have. That might not come out very clear in the paper, but we have measures of both owners and workers' skill, and so then we can see how kind of delegation changes with that. Is this a development paper? Well, there's 6 authors, so it's a development paper. That's an easy question. No, but just kidding. I think you're absolutely right, and you raise kind of the super important point that the fact that there are these sort of artisanal production like isn't per se a sign of anything or makes it a development paper. I think the big difference is if you think of artisanal or small-scale production in the US, this is all high-end bespoke stuff. This is, you know, I could go to Target and get the cheap door, but I really want this like stained glass. Whereas in Uganda, that's the only way I can purchase a door. Right, so even like on the very low end, I have to go there. Now, I think, yeah, so the other very important thing you mentioned I just want to quickly comment on is this sort of a technology story or a demand story? So we really here take the view that it's a sort of demand story, and like a lot of your questions can be kind of viewed as what is this kappa cost and what can we do about it? So I think one very nice example that I just want to leave you with of what we're trying to capture here is the history of the screw industry in the US. I think, you know, I've told you this over dinner, but let me kind of tell the room where allegedly, you know, screws used to be different for like everything. So even if you just wanted to, you know, screw together your stuff at home, you had to get it specifically made. Then World War II happened and the US was like, no, we need to standardize this. There were industrial norms and all of a sudden big firms emerged. And so to some extent, you can think of this as being happening with doors as well. If all frames are different, it's very hard to come in and have a standardized product. So that's the view we're taking here. But point very well taken that thinking more about kind of the technology side would be super interesting, in particular, because it does have this big push flavor that I think is important. Thank you.
Okay. So let's open the floor for 1 or 2 questions. Yeah. Mike, please. Yeah.
I like the paper very much, and I know Vittorio and has another project on this rental market for machines. So if you put that together, what you should observe is that if you introduce a rental market for machine, then these firms will kind of break down, because if people are just together to share some cost, if now each of them can have his own firms and market himself and have access to the machine, then this type of intervention should have an effect on the size of the firms, I think, if your model is true.
Last question, please. Sorry.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. In fact, my question is about did you control? It's more about the calibration. Did you control, for example, the context of the economy or the industry the complexity of the business environment, how complete and exhaustive is in the industry. To make it simple, if I'm a firm and I'm an owner, and I'm able to find a specialized person or company around me to do the complex stacks, it will make it easy for me. Thank you.
You were quick. Maybe we will take last two questions. Yeah, you wanted to ask a question, and you.
I like very much the paper. I have one or two comments. First, my understanding is that roughly 70% of the global GDP is in services. So is there any way for you to enlarge the sample to look also at services? The second is that your example of doors is great, but maybe 3D printers will kill this sector down the road. And by now, my understanding is that in Mexico City and in Mexico and the like, 3D printers are playing a growing role. Thank you.
One last question. Yeah.
So I love the paper. Every time I see it, it makes me think of different things. So now what's on my mind is, fundamentally, it's where does the demand for customization come from? Because I think what you're saying is that between rich and poor countries, if we move much further down to the quality of goods, the demand for customization still seems to be much greater for relatively lower quality goods, say, on a global scale. So that I can think of as coming from two sources. One is, consumer preferences are just such that they demand customization, and I don't quite know if that's true or if there's something the policy can do about that. The other element is, consumers actually don't mind the existing product variety, but the production of that is hugely sensitive to skills within the firm, and I don't know who's a high and low skill worker within the firm. If there were perfect sorting of workers by skills within a firm, then this wouldn't be a problem. Firms' reputation would be related to the skills of their workers, and that might open channels for policy. So do you have a sense of which of those two is sort of where the demand for customization is coming from?
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Let me go by order. So, yeah, should firms break down now that there's literally no reason to be together? So there's obviously like a lot more costs than just the machines. There's, the premises they're on. But I think you're kind of right in the sense that we're almost like in this paper arguing that like firms are actually like a lot smaller than we think we are. So in terms of like talent sharing, maybe the self-employment is a better way to think about it, which is sort of like in terms of capital, maybe it goes the other way. But it is, I think more broadly, our project also for us raised this question of what's even a firm, right? If we're all like just do our own thing. But yeah, we share the premises to some extent. Like we share machinery, we also share demand. I think that's another important one. If there's like 10 of us together, then fluctuations are going to be smaller than at the individual level. So if we control so the second question, if I understand correctly, was, how much should we control for industry and complexity? And here I just want to be very clear that we don't want to sell the argument that the only thing that's different between carpentry and welding and grain milling is the delegation cost. That's really not what we're doing. There's a lot of things we're allowed to be different, but of course this is going to be an abstraction. There are kind of a lot of key candidates that we can look at, like capital labor ratios that seem to be fairly constant, but of course this is a very heroic exercise, so I don't want you to walk away from this thinking that we argue that that's the only difference. The third question is about services. Yes, absolutely, I would love to do this. I think in services it's a little bit less surprising in the sense that even in the US, services tend to be much more customized and personalized. Think hairdressing, consulting. Which might, to be honest, be like a reason for why we have almost cost disease, because that's sort of much harder to scale. Will 3D printers replace doors? Possible. I mean, that would exactly be this kind of technology that's scalable that kind of Johannes talked about. So that would, I think, fit our story. And then quickly on the last one, where does the demand from customization come from? Yes, so that's, I think, the key one. And I think preferences wouldn't be the way I go. I think one suggestion that actually was given to us by Pascaline Dupas, which I thought was interesting, is that it's an income story, and so if I'm really very close to the poverty limit, I have to tell you exactly what wood to use because I might not be able to afford more. The one that we're going more is actually that it's sort of the lack of say, building codes and product standards that make this necessary. So If there are not many building codes for like, you know, houses, then each window is going to be different. So I gotta have to tell the welder exactly what to do. So that's kind of more where we think of this demand for customization is coming from, less so than from like skill sensitivity or preferences. Yeah, and why is there no firm reputation to solve this? I think this is more of like a consequence of it being personalized rather than the origin. So of course then you have to appeal to some sort of contracting frictions within the firm, but somehow because it matters, even if I go buy from your firm, it matters whether you produce it or Rocco. Firm reputation isn't really going to solve that, whereas at IKEA, I don't care who produced this because everything's the same anyway. So I think of it more as a consequence of the customization. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandra. Thank you to all participants for this wonderful and intense first session. Let's go for lunch and please resume at 2:30. Thank you. Have a good lunch.